I just had a pretty fun moment in which I went to put on my headphones, and the cable was intertwined with my gamepad controller, and I just kind of just yanked it right off the wall. That was that was a good time. That's a great way to start your day, isn't it? Really getting things off on the right foot. A little desk organization here. How is everybody doing today? How are you fine shatters out there? Hope all of your projects are going well. I hope that today brings you one step closer to realizing your dreams. I know that's kind of high-minded. It's kind of out there. But you know what? We gotta dream big, folks. We gotta dream big. We might not ever get there, but if we dream real big and we make it halfway there, that's still pretty fucking good. By my reckoning, Zombie Brush Studios, good to see you, my friend. Project Dark Fox, Data Nerd, Ren, Momo. Oh, I just saw you, did you just redeem this just in? We got that up. We got that up as of today. So, and I'll probably repeat this a few times, because it'll be valid over the entire course of the stream. But we're readjusting how we've been doing the Storm Report. We tried dropping it to one submission per person. Really, I like people to be able to have more. Just trying to keep it manageable. And we tried making it so that you could only submit up to the end of the forecast, which I should really put like a banner saying that's what this is. This overlay. Like it could go like up there. You know? Or maybe like over there. Or I guess it could go down like down there. We'll figure it out. I'll put it someplace. I guess I probably don't have to have all of my socials listed on the screen, like they are right there. Draw attention to the socials. You can go ahead and follow those if you haven't already. So yeah, fuck that noise. Submissions now close at the usual time, which is just as I start the Storm Report. We are limiting to one, with the notable exception of 10,000 channel points. Can be redeemed with this just in to get up to 2 more slots, bringing you back to the original 3 if you have the points for it. Roland, have a good shower, man. That's a weird thing to wish somebody, isn't it? Have a great shower, bro. Hey, scrub them balls for me. No, you know what? No, let's keep it out of the shower. Let's keep it out of the shower. Mech Priest Studios. The Storm Report is something that we do every stream. It's an art review. It is just a place that viewers, artists, interested parties can post some pictures of their own art to go ahead and I just, you know, I since I've started posting my own work to the interwebs for review from people, I have definitely increased my abilities as a painter, and I've gotten a more realistic view of said abilities, so I like to encourage everyone to share. So if you've got something that you finished recently that you want to show off, something that's a work in progress that maybe you want some feedback or advice on, something you did a while ago that you're just really proud of, anything you'd like to share, please pop over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which you can access by hitting ! Discord in the chat, or hitting, there's a button, I think maybe there, maybe down there. Jump into the Discord, pop into the channel, mark the Storm Report, and you can post. It's now 1 picture, unless you redeem channel points, and then it can be up to 3. But 1 picture per stream, and we're going to take a look at that at the end of the stream starting at 8:30 Mountain Standard Time. And at that point, we'll go ahead and look through everything, and I'll show the picture that you put up, and we'll talk about it a little bit. And again, you can request feedback, or you can just say, hey, I like this. This is cool. Why don't you check it out? And we'll do just that. Bitterbrush, welcome in. How you doing, Bitterbrush? Can we get a shout-out, by the way? Pretty please, for Bitterbrush and Zombie Brush Studios, if we haven't had one already. Sehur Pinut. I'm assuming that is, he who is of a very similar name on Discord. Welcome in, man. It's good to see you. 13 months. 13 months anniversary, and I hurt my back. Oh no, Hamburg Tack. Hopefully not too bad. Hopefully it's just like a little, I need to rest for a day, and not, I'm dealing with this for the rest of my life. I hope that you recover quickly. Thank you so much for that resub. 13 months. 13 months. These numbers are really starting to get out of hand, guys. We're gonna have to do something about this. I'm gonna have to just completely bomb the stream at some point here. Find something horribly bigoted and intolerant to say so that no one ever comes back, and then I can blame the collapse on, I don't know, the internet or something like that. Speaking of the internet, speaking of memes, Revelations universe, you know, it's funny you should stop in. It's funny you should stop in. I just pulled out because I've got my little Core Republic forest painted up for Revelations, and I'm really trying to get through some of my backlog minis that I can paint quickly. And I was talking about this last time on stream too. I have all the files that I got from you for the Kickstarter for the Union of Stars. I haven't painted any of those, and I feel like an idiot having not done it, because I've got a... Where's my goblin? Where's my goblin? I was just looking at it. I did something cool with it. Where did I put it? Well, it's very embarrassing, but it's around. It's somewhere on this. I've got too many models. Oh my god. Anyway, I did something pretty cool with the rocket launcher, but I need to go ahead and throw some paint down on some of those UOS models. Take a little scale break from some of the other things I've been doing. Yeah, I finally have a color scheme in mind for the Union of Stars, and it's pretty much gonna be like the way the UN does their military vehicles, and not the white that the UN does, because UN vehicles tend to be painted like white, but more that kind of baby blue that they do. They'll do like their helmets, you know, in blue with the UN in white. I'm thinking that kind of look. I noticed that blue is a very popular color for Union of Stars, so I think that should work out nicely. Painting roughly 2 to 3 hours because I'm reinvigorated due to making a random mini thing for myself. Ren, that is fucking awesome. I'm glad to hear that. My last 2 days have just been sculpt. I've gotten almost no painting done. Why is there not more time in the world, in existence? I need some kind of time dilation, time expansion, some sort of time extension device. What is the thing? The filthy mudblood had it in Harry Potter. Or maybe that was the thing. Can that be the bigoted thing that I say? They say it in the movie. I don't really think she's filthy. I'm just using Harry Potter terminology. Guys, come on, it's canon. Hermione. She had a little the time turner. That's what it was called. Yeah, I just need one of those. That'll fix everything. That'd be nice, wouldn't it, Data Nerd? Yeah, I know the feeling. Mech Priest, I struggle so hard to just... And I talk about this sometimes on stream, I know, but, like, I struggle so hard to just not compare the amount of work that I get done with other people. Because, like, I look around and I'm like, I have to, like, live a life, too. I have to do things outside, I have to take care of animals, I have to get meals with people and eat food, and I have to sleep. And I look at some other people's productivity. Like, I was looking at one guy the other day doing some medieval minis, and he was like, the last 3 days I cranked out these 9 medieval troopers. And I'm like, God damn it. I'll get there. I'm getting faster and faster in ZBrush. And somewhat faster in painting. I'm really, like, you know, my energy will move between sculpting and painting, and right now I'm in a real sculpting boom, and I'm like, just ride it. Just ride it, get as much done as you can, as long as that's what I feel like spending my time on, because I know eventually it's gonna hit me, and I'm gonna be like, I don't feel like sculpting shit, I'm just gonna paint some stuff. And you know what, I'll ride the painting dragon then, but the stream keeps me coming back, keeps me sitting down, keeps me doing some painting, which is a damn sight better than none, let me tell you. Never enough time in the day, yeah. Oh, you know, it helps too. And this is one of the reasons I like the Storm Report, and one of the reasons that this whole stream and my Instagram and everything helps me as a person and as an artist. I have moments, and it's just, it's my brain. Oh, my 3D printer. That's supposed to be running. Wow, you just made me realize, Delta Ice, that I didn't actually start the print that I meant to. I'll start it in a minute. We'll get that. We'll get that screen up here in a minute, and you can watch it get started. I have to print the very last piece that I need for my Vergaderung Rivers. Thank you for reminding me, Delta Ice, because I wasn't even thinking about it. Oh, the Neptune had a pause. Because let me finish my thought, because I'm going to get distracted. So, I have moments, and maybe you guys can sympathize with this to a degree. Maybe this sounds familiar to you. I have moments where I'm just like, I don't do enough. I'm not getting enough work. I have all these ideas, and that's part of my problem, is I have so many ideas, and I've finally started to come to terms with the fact that some of them are just never going to happen, and I have to play mental triage, you know? But I'll have these moments when I'm like, I haven't done anything. I haven't done anything all year. I haven't gotten anything. I haven't painted anything. I haven't built anything. I'll make that sound too. It's awful. It's so unattractive. And so I'll take a moment and I'll just go to my own Instagram and I'll just scroll and be like, you know what? Fuck you, brain. I've done a bunch of shit. Like I've painted. I haven't painted the quantity of models that I painted in 2020 and 2021, but my quality has boosted massively. I've done some really, really good ones, which has kind of been my push this year. I think 2022 is another quantity year, and maybe this is going to be my cycle, quantity and then quality each year. I don't know, but in 2022, we're going to be hitting the 365 challenge again as of the 1st. And then all the sculpting, I'm just like, I should actually get a number on how many files I've put out this year. It's a huge number of files. And I've got another set I'm getting ready to drop right now. 2 updated versions of my Conquest magnetized regiment trays. This new set, I'm so happy with it. Like, I can see ways that it could be better, but it represents a huge step forward for me technically, as far as my understanding of my tools. And this is progress that's hard to measure. This is progress that's hard to feel really great about, because it's not like, let me show you how much better I am at just manipulating 3D space. It's like, this is going to enable more projects. So it will be exciting eventually, which it's hard to get too excited about. But this set I'm really, really happy with. I'm going to show it off here in a minute when we switch cameras. I think you guys will like it. Got multiple pieces on the printer right now, running off the rest of them to finish it all up. Having endless issues. Now this is the 4th set of parts we've ordered and installed, so hoping this finally gets it going right. Delta Ice, you know, it's a constant battle. It's a constant battle with these printers. I just started to say the Neptune 2, I finally clogged it. I've been running it non-stop for about a month. And I know, longer than that. It's been over a month. Either way, since I got it, I've been just running it. I finally clogged it, cracked open the hot end, popped off the nozzle, replaced the Bowden tube with Capricorn tube. Bitter Brush, by the way, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Thank you so much. Every contribution is so thoroughly appreciated. It makes it possible for me to continue on this very, very strange artistic journey of mine that I think, over time, is yielding better and better results. Bitter Brush, thank you again. So much for that. New Springs extruder motherboard, now the entire hot end nozzle and thermistor. Oh, fuck. That's just rebuilding the machine at that point. Oh, Delta, absolutely, man. Abso-fucking-lutely. Every sub represents basically, like, in just pure monetary terms, I don't know if you guys know this, subscriptions on Twitch are $5, generally speaking, and Twitch just cuts that right in half with the streamer. So your $5 sub nets me $2.50 a month, basically. And some people, why give them money? No. Well, the fact is that Twitch, Amazon, they keep this platform running. If they weren't making money off of it, it wouldn't be as easy for me to stream. So I'm like, yeah, just get a sub. That's fine. I don't really push for subs because I don't wanna. I feel dirty. I feel gross when I'm like, come on guys, let's get those subs in. Smash that like and subscribe button, bro. Like, nah. If you have fun here, then you're gonna follow and you're gonna show up. And if you show up time after time, that means you're having a great time, and I fucking love having you. And if you have such a good time that you're like, I want to subscribe to this guy, you know what? It's fucking awesome. And thanks for that. And if you don't wanna, don't do it. Just hang out. I'm so much more enthralled with all the voices in chat giving me something to occupy my fucking thoughts with, and listening to me rant about how their favorite fictional property is bad and they should feel bad for liking it. Like, that is worth so much more to me. So thank you guys for being here. And Delta, thank you so. Thank you so much for your sub. Hamburg, thank you for yours. Bitterbrush, thank you for the bits. Honestly, you guys are just the fucking best. Just a car, welcome in. Icing on the dumbass cake. Shit. Okay. Remember last time I was talking about Anyo 2205? I think it is. There's Anyo 2070 and Anyo 2205. Most of you probably aren't necessarily familiar with these games. They're fucking... The Anyo series is a really, really great, like, real-time strategy / resource and logistics management game. Anyo 2070 is great. I think I've sunk like 200 hours or something into it over the time that I've owned it. It's not really that long. It came out in like 2014. I've only had it for, I think, 2 years. I got Anyo 2205. I asked people about it last time. Nobody had really played it, so I'm giving you this as a PSA in case you're curious about it, in case you're like, hey, those Anyo games they're okay, and maybe I want to try 2205. 2205 is fucking Farmville. I wish it hadn't taken me over 2 hours to figure this out, and I feel kind of stupid now because I can't get a refund for it. I'm just like, so I'm saying that money is a good way for me to warn others about it. It's not like a bad game, but it's basically Farmville as far as I can tell. Like, it doesn't have any of the careful resource management of the previous ones. It's just like a space management and logistics simulator, but it's not even like, it's difficult to describe. There's no threat to anything in the game. All of the combat is optional. All of the logistics chains are super duper easy. It's really pretty disappointing after I got into it. But I can say that if you ever see Anyo 2070 on sale, get that fucking game. If you like real-time strategy games, that game is awesome. I've played a bunch of Anyo 2205 now, enough to go, and I'm just gonna go right back to 2070 and play the hell out of it. It's a great game. Alright, what do I need to do? Let me start my, actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and get started on this. Right off the bat, the camera stopped working. We had a long run where we had no camera problems at all, and now recently we've had a few, and I'm trying to think, like, has there been software updated recently that could have caused it? I have no idea. It's weird. It's very weird. Let me go ahead and fix it real quick. What do you say? Come on. I believe in you, camera. Oh, come on. What the hell? What do you know? There we go. All better, at least for the moment. Definitely, yeah. It's probably Justicar that did this. Just came in and just messed the whole stream up. How you doing, Justicar? How's things? Dinner is saltier than the Warhammer community after a questionable codex, but I promised myself a hearty dinner and I got it. Imitation beef tips made with meatballs and stuffing and veggies on the... You know what? Salty's okay. A little over-seasoned. Oh, I'll deal with it. Sounds delicious either way. So, the hero base is what I really spent most of yesterday working on. For Conquest, and I want to show it off. These are the bases that I've just been painting up for demonstration purposes. These are going to go with my men-at-arms, and you can kind of see how when you get 4 of these ones together, for instance, the way I have them built is so that you can create a larger contiguous environment around the unit based on how many trays you have in, so you can see like there's dirt on these 2 sides, so if you put 4 of these together like this, then you kind of got like a road going this way. You can use this one to create sort of more narrow diagonal roads. I've got some that have dirt on one corner. Like there's a series of these that you can combine in different ways, including some that are just solid all the way across. So you can have more interesting environments. But the hero base is something I'm really pleased with, and I'll go ahead and show that to you. So, you guys know me. I like to make things for very, very specific purposes for games. God, you know, Roland, I've circled... I don't know how many times I've been like, should I throw away my Rune Wars? I can't bring myself to do it. I still have all my old Rune Wars stuff. I'm never getting rid of it. I'll have that shit with me on my deathbed. Anyway, here are the hero bases. Now, these are exactly the same tray and base. And the way I've designed these is because the heroes are always going to go in the middle, so they're just cobblestone from one end to the other because they're always going to be flanked by a couple of bases you can then put edges on. And what I've done is you see both of these details are in exactly the same place. There's a little plug here, and then you print this out separately. And I went over this for a little while. I'm like, I don't want to print like this sign, because like shipping this to someone or even painting this with this sign just as a permanently attached piece, or if you were to break it off, that's a real pain in the ass. So this is a separate piece that plugs down in here and glues down. And we've got 2 combinations. You have the plug that is this little wooden textured road sign here, and then this base, which is a stack of raised stones and kind of a busted little cartwheel down there. And I wanted all of them to be raised since it's flat. You can have your hero kind of standing up on top. This is my 3D printed Vernon Roach that I'm going to be using as an Imperial officer for these forces. And I was doing this and I thought, you know, I like this kind of modular do-it-yourself thing. Should I add more details because of all these blank spaces here? And here's the thing. In Conquest... Oh, let me show you the other one. The other one is a broken stone road marker, which... I want to change the text. It came out kind of too deep and too fine. I want it to look more worn. Also, the stone texture that I did too fine, and it barely came through. You'd be able to see it more if I painted it, but it barely came through, so I need to redo this piece. But you put this down, and then your base is this raised, broken-off chunk that your hero can stand on. But the part of this that I really like is there are these extra 1, 2, 3, you can see, magnet slots in the bottom. Now, in Conquest, you can upgrade your heroes with retinues, and so normally a hero stands on a base by themselves, and according to the rules, you can then fill in the extra 3 slots on the base with units, but they don't count as real units. They're imaginary, they're ghosts, they're just there to look good. You can also give them retinues for combat, arcane, and tactical abilities, which just increase their abilities and give them some special ones. They can be represented by models like a guy with a drum, so on and so forth. But again, they don't have any in-game rules. They're not really people. They don't have wounds. They can't be targeted. And I'm like, I don't really like that. If the hero's going to be on his own as a model, I like him kind of in the center And I was thinking, how do I then represent retinues and upgrades? So we got these 3 little magnets. And I only have a couple examples of these right now because some of my prints came out a little bit too large. So I can demonstrate at least 2 of them right now. But let's say I want to give him the arcane retinue upgrade. Well, that just clicks on like that. It's a little arcane crystal held aloft by a lightning bolt. Well, isn't that kind of cool? Oh, but I want to give him Arcane 2, not Arcane 1. Okay, so take that off, and that just clicks right on, doesn't it? Now there's 2 crystals. My Arcane 3 test print got a little fucked up, and I had to re-support it and change the size of it, but this would be that one. This would be the Arcane 3 upgrade. There's 3 little crystals connected by lightning bolts. Well, isn't that kind of cool? Okay, so then you got your combat upgrade. This one just printed 30% too large, so I don't even have a magnet in it, and it's going to be smaller, notably, because this sword is fucking huge. But combat upgrade 1 would be like so. Combat upgrade 2. 2 swords. You can probably guess where this is going by now, because combat upgrade 3 is 3 swords. And then I'm working on the tactical one right now, which is basically a series of little banners sticking up. But now, when you build your conquest unit and your hero, and you have him on his base, and you click him down, and then... Because you're going to want to change your retinue upgrades between games, you don't want it to be permanent, so I'm using a priest. I'm going to give him Arcane 2, and there's 3 slots, so you can stick it back here, right here, or right over here. And you paint those up, and you've just got your upgrades represented in an easy-to-understand way. And one of the most important things to me is in a way that if your opponent... Because this is one of the things that bugged me about the retinues, and I was looking at the models that represent them. I can't tell which one represents which. They're all guys with banners and instruments. This is something you'll be able to tell what it's supposed to be without having to squint or get real close to the model or anything. I can tell what this is from 5 feet away. Little floating crystals, and how many of them are there? Okay, that's the level. I think this is a cool system. I'm hoping other people are gonna like it. Like with so many of my things, I made this because I'm gonna use it, and if other people like it, then, you know, they're welcome to as well. But all of the bases that I do from Conquest from this point onward are gonna feature this, because I'm pretty happy with how it came out. By the way, Julie Sains, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Yeah, there is truly at least one tactical rock. Here's my little magnetic holder. What the hell did I do? Oh, there they are. And for those of you who might not have seen it, the really cool feature with these bases that existed on the first generation and continues to exist on this, in this generation and on all future ones, are these little puzzle piece regiment connectors, so that when you're connecting your trays, when you're building your trays into a regiment and you want them to stay where they should go, that clicks in like so.
And so I painted on some metallics. Like so. Bitches love metallics.
They do. It's true. And then you can drop this guy down here, and you can move your whole regiment around without having to move individual trays. And you can pull up the individual models out of their trays, because those are magnetized too, and then when a tray comes off, it's just as simple as lifting it right out, just like that. Is there anything magnets can't do? You know, we're pushing. We're pushing to find that out now, Shock. Jesus, Stig, that's... I don't even want to read that out loud. That joke is awful. Oh, shit. What? I just got done doing my pitch. Fuck. Oh. Well, that's okay. Probably none of these raiders played Conquest: The Last Argument of Kings anyway, right? Welcome in. Welcome in, raiders. Captain Madlove, thank you so much for the raid. Data Nerd, thank you for getting that shout-out done there. Wavy DL, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Captain Madlove, how you doing? How are things? I haven't seen you in a little while. I haven't had a chance to stop into your streams lately. Just, man, you know, these months, these last few months have been real busy. I hope you had a damn good stream. I'm curious what you were working on. The Shape Master Art Station, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I was just showing off some of my 3D prints I just got done doing the whole spiel. I'll give you the abridged version. Conquest, the last argument of kings, magnets, cool stuff. Tell your friends. You'll be the jealousy of the whole neighborhood. The envy, be the envy of the whole neighborhood. Yeah, that's how the English language works. Plank Walker, welcome in. Always a pleasure to have you, my friend. I hope everybody's having a good day. Again, Captain Mad Love, who hopefully is through the advertisements by now. I hope you had a great stream. I'm curious what you were working on, if anybody wants to let me know. We're just about to get started for the day over here. We are oil painting today, and we are working on this Forge World Sanguinius as a gift for a friend of mine. This has been my great forward leap into attempting to do non-metallic metals in oil, which has been an interesting process so far. Pun expected. Oh, yeah. Pun expected's all about those oils. Working on a tank impulsor. Ooh, nice. You like it, Plank Walker? I was just showing off the features on this stuff, all the, like, interchangeable modules so you can have different looking versions of it, and I'm just going to show it one more time because I'm really proud of it. These little magnetic hero unit upgrades to represent different levels of different abilities. So you can just print those out and pop them on as you see fit to represent which hero's on the base. Damn it, I think they're cool. As long as I think they're cool, that has to be worth something, right? I still haven't gotten quite done with his wings. I've got one wing most of where I'd like it to be. I'll be working on the other one probably a little bit today. Finally got to a point with his armor where I felt comfortable putting his arm and his head on. So I got to start working on his sword, face, and hair today. I'm going to have to redo the cat almost entirely. I'm not like a super duper 40k lore master. So I failed to realize that it's a very specific cat pelt that Sanguinius apparently has on. I'm going to go ahead and redo the cat pelt to reflect what it apparently should be. Gear Falcon painting more Space Marines. Oh, okay, so I should let everybody know, while I've got you here, recently we did make a change to our Storm report, which, by the way, I'm talking to you, Captain Mad Love, if you feel like posting. Of course, we do an art and miniature review at the end of every stream that everyone is welcome to post to. We do limit posts to one. If you'd like to have your work shown, if you'd like some advice, if you'd like some critique, if you'd just like to show off and go, hey, look at this thing I did, isn't it cool? You're more than welcome to do that. And all you have to do is jump over into the Thunderhead Studio Discord, pop into the channel marks The Storm Report, and post your picture there. We will go ahead and take a look at it at the end of the stream. Now, I would also let people know that it is limited to one standard, but there is now a channel points redemption on the bottom for 10,000. You can redeem this just in and get up to 2 additional slots to post pictures, if that is something you're interested in doing. I would like wine, cheese, and pickles, please. Oh, after my own heart, Captain Mad Love. Wine, cheese, pickles, maybe a little, just a couple slices of a nice soft French bread, a little bit of butter, you know, just kind of on the side, just sort of pick at all of it. Oh, that's better than a full meal as far as I'm concerned. Sit around like some kind of fucking Roman lord. No, they didn't have lords. They would have been called something else. Prefect. Have somebody feeding grapes into my mouth. This is my dream, my nightmare. Hey, what's up, Trotsky? It's good to see you. Move my Conquest bases off to the side. Does anybody else play Conquest? Last Argument of Kings, Pro Console. Thank you, Roland. Yeah, I'm sure that I was like, forgot all my Roman titles. Obviously, that's important for me to know. Oh, that is absolutely the dream, Captain Mad Love. I should be so lucky. I should be. I'll tell you, I'm hoping to actually get together with some people next year. This year has been pretty wild, but like I've been telling people, I'm hoping to get out to LVO and Gen Con next year. Oh, you've got Conquest. Captain Mad Love, are you doing Conquest, Captain Mad Love? Are you? Because I've been making bases for it. I don't know if you're interested. But I'd be happy to fire you over some files if you wanted to try these out. I've got two different sets of bases for it. This is the newer, updated, and better set that I like quite a lot. If you're interested at all, fire me a message. I'd be happy to fire you some files. Fuck yeah, Trotsky. We're gonna have to get organized as things get closer, because I'd love to meet up with people at LVO and at Gen Con. Buy each other some drinks. Can you tell me about your Neptune 2? My Ender 3 Pro is driving me nuts. I'm debating a new board. Or a new machine. Well, Valfera, I've had the Neptune 2 for a couple of months now. And I was determined not to go upgrade crazy on it right out of the gate. All I did was change the bed springs and add a glass bed and then just fired it up, and I've just kept it running nonstop since I got it. I had my first clog yesterday using cheap-ass filament, and I popped it open, I swapped out the Bowden tube, I swapped out the nozzle, and it's running again. So, I mean, I paid $160 for it, and it's given me fewer headaches so far than my Ender 3 V2. My old Ender 3 V1 has finally started to crop up enough problems that I think I'm going to retire it and replace it with a Neptune 2. I've talked a lot about taking it out into the yard and beating it to death with a crowbar, though I think I'm going to be much more respectful of the Ender 3 V1 because it served me so well. We might do like a Viking-style funeral pyre for it. Assuming I do that, we'll go ahead and get that on film because I know people are going to want to participate. Ishan Loki, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Painting only, Geek Plays. Yes, I will glad. Oh, fuck yeah. Cat Madlove. Would you do me a favor and just fire me a message? Just like a hey on Discord, just as a reminder, and I'll get those files over to you right after the stream. I'd absolutely love if you felt like doing some of them up. I'm mostly looking for feedback. Like, this isn't like a, tell everyone where you got it and advertise my... No, just make them, paint them, let me know what you think so that I can make improvements. That is all that I ask. Thank you so much for saying so, Ishan Loki. Yeah, these are... I'm pretty happy with these. And the little command upgrade magnetized dealies and everything. And this is an optional detail plug over here too. It doesn't print with this sign on it because that's a huge pain in the ass. This prints separately, so you can paint it separately and then attach it. Just the 2. I did not get the 2S, Valfera. So I cannot speak to that. I'm gonna play Damn It Feels Good to Be a... Yeah. Office Space style. You know what I always liked about that scene is how Ron Livingston, like, he gets in there for, I think, a couple of hits at the end. No, Ron Livingston doesn't hit it at all, does he? It's the other two guys, Michael Bolton and his buddy, who bust up the fax machine. Ron Livingston just kind of walks back and forth with the bat, you know, and he'll look like he's about to lay into it, and then he's like, nah, and he hands the bat off to somebody else. I haven't watched that movie in a long time. Oh, Sam Minnie, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. If you just got into 3D printing as Sean Loki, well, first of all, welcome. You've taken your first steps into a larger world. But in all seriousness, yeah, 3D printing changed the way I hobby in so many ways. So much of the shit on my desk is 3D printed right now. It hasn't completely replaced buying models for me, but it has cut down on the number of models that I buy by a whole lot. This oil palette that I'm using right here, this is all my design, 3D printed. I 3D print like all my own shit. I got my own 3D printed magnetic paint grip over here. Like, this is, it's a mild addiction, but it's a good one, and it's a cheaper one than just buying all your models, let me tell you. Speaking of which, I'm awaiting some feedback on that from Arclight Minis, who has been using my 3D printed paint handle. And not quite ready to get those files out in the wild yet, but getting real close. I need to change out the paper on my oil palette, by the way, don't mind me. Painting bases and trays tonight. Orbital Space Laser Jack, that is a negative. We are working on Sanguinius tonight, doing some of these NMM oils, since now I've finally gotten to a point where I can attach his head and his sword. Hilariously, I did a really good job, I feel like, on this golden halo behind his head, and then I put his head on, and I was like, oh, you can't see any of that. Whoops. Oh well, it was good practice. Just trust me. This darkened area behind his head that you can't see, trust me, it looks amazing. Is there a way to get that oil palette? Valfera, yes. I have to run one more iteration on these because there's one feature which is a locking clip that just isn't quite where I want it yet. And as soon as it is, this oil palette will be ready to go out because every other piece of how it functions, I freaking love. Like, I'm just going to trade out my oil palette paper right now, which is as simple as throwing that away. Cut this down slightly. Captain Madlove, again, thank you so much for the raid. I figure you have probably got stuff to do. You have been streaming. So have a fan-fucking-tastic night. Please do drop me a message on Discord if you think of it, and I'll fire those files over to you. And thank you so much for bringing your people in. Get that to the right size. And this also has some magnets down in it like there. So this just clips right on. And then to add tension, you just come down here and kind of tug this in. And just like that. Nice fresh oil palette to work with. You know, we're getting damn close, Jack. You laugh. But I'm really taking my time with this mini and trying to do a good job on it. You laugh all you want. My next single figure focus is gonna be Vader. And after Vader, I'm doing that Luke, so you better be ready. You can eat, you know what? Captain Madlove, if you want to eat in the shower, you don't let anybody stop you. Don't let your dreams be memes. Get out there and live them. Again, thank you so much for coming in. Thank you for bringing your people in. And I will drop you a message after the stream. Shower beer is very real. I do shower beer after every single stream. Every single stream. Wasn't sure about it until your first print was a handle for the GoPro to take videos of the motorcycle procession. Yeah, dude, you can, like, I don't know if you use Reddit, Ishan Loki, but if you go on Reddit, our Practical Prints, the subreddit Practical Prints, is fucking phenomenal. It's people just doing simple, practical print jobs. And I don't know if you do your own design work yet, but if you want to make simple, practical, mechanical things, I cannot recommend enough the free edition of Fusion 360. You can download it for free. It limits the number of projects you can have open at any given time. But as far as making, like, things with screw threads and all that, like, it doesn't take long to learn. You can make some really amazing stuff. I have so many 3D printed parts around here. All of my cameras are on 3D printed articulated arms. I have 3D printed parts on my 3D printers. I have a 3D printed painting handle. I have all my mini bases these days are 3D printed. I designed, and these are resin, but I designed and 3D printed these new helmets for my household knights for Conquest. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy the amount of stuff that you can do. And there's just hooks and shit around the house. I just 3D print them anymore. Screw them right into the wall. No big deal. Lordy. Just on TSB, dropping that tier 1 sub. Thank you so much for the resub, Justin. How are you doing today, guys? Can we get a shout out, by the way, for Just on TSB? We already got one because Data Nerd is so on top of it. How you doing, man? How's the streaming treating you? 11-year-olds trying to get in design and 3D modeling. I cannot. I don't know what they see their future being. But getting into 3D design as a young person right now, and getting into 3D printing as an industry right now, I think is going to be very, very profitable in 10 years' time. I'm making a good amount of money off of making 3D printed stuff, and I'm some old dude who picked it up as a hobby a couple of years ago. So getting started now, oh man. Yeah, that's a fantastic idea. I feel like you need a 24 by 24 inch oil palette. Yeah, I know the thing. Yeah, you know, we have to limit ourselves a little bit, pun expected. But you know, you could print multiples of these pretty easily. These, by the way, if you're interested in the files for the oil palette, once I get the final piece done and ready, I'm a little anal retentive with my files. And, you know, it sounds like tooting my own horn a little bit, but if I can't do that here, where can I? A lot of people put files out there that are just okay. I make files that are a little obsessively perfect sometimes, just because I hate the idea of someone having something they don't like and going, that son of a bitch, Thunderhead. That son of a bitch. He could have made it better, and he didn't. Had a 500-point game of Alpha Strike yesterday. Sadly, my Clan Wolf got crushed. Oh, vehicle strong. Also played a skirmish game of Star Wars Legion today, and the droids were victorious over the Empire. Star Wars Legion is a good game, Phaedros. It's a damn good game. 3D printing and robotic. 3D printing and robotics, like, just together. You can 3D print robots, for God's sake. That's like a whole thing. You can 3D print drones. Like, it's out of control these days. Figure out what programs work best for him and get him a good laptop. My recommendation, learn Blender. Blender's free and insanely powerful, and while it has a learning curve like a brick wall, if you can get through it, it can do almost anything you need it to do. I would also recommend Fusion 360. They have a free hobbyist license. You can use it for free as long as you're not making money with it and you have a limited number of projects. They have a student license. I'm not sure entirely how that works, but it's worth looking into. They have a startup license where if you're starting a business and you want to use their software, you can use it free for up to 3 years. And then it's really like a lifetime license, I think, is like $500-600. But with any of those licenses, if you can earn $500-600 with one of the free licenses, then you just turn that back around into a full license. And Fusion 360 is amazing for engineering projects. It is so precise. Playing around in ZBrush Mini. Okay, yeah, ZBrush is great. I use ZBrush. ZBrush is an art program. It is very much for art, complex meshes, organic shapes, painting, digital rendering, things like that. It's not as good for engineering, which is what Fusion 360 is for. In fact, my two primary programs are Fusion 360 and ZBrush. If you have any questions about either of those, please feel free to hit me up on Discord. I'd be more than happy to answer any questions. Tinkercad's a good place to start, too. Yeah. There are so many options. These are just the ones that I like, you know? What the hell am I doing? Am I painting models? Is that what I'm doing? How long have I been streaming? Way too fucking long. Let's paint something. You know there are paint streamers who turn on their stream and then they just start painting? It's crazy. What are they thinking? It's madness. Where's the thumb? Oh god. I'll tell you what, like, you know, my advice is limited on 3D printing, but I can, if I may recommend my own Discord. We've got a nearly 500 member community on Discord that is populated by a good number of 3D printers who use a variety of software packages and printers who print in FDM and resin for a variety of reasons and end goals. People who make cosplay props, people who make engineering pieces, people who make minis, like all kinds of shit. So if you have any questions, I can recommend that as a good community to ask questions, get advice, and share your work on. You can probably get a lot more information on programs that I don't use, too. Because I know we got people who use Tinkercad and a number of other programs. That's fucking awesome. God damn it, Sean Loki. I'm over here like, could you like retroactively adopt me? Like, is that an option? And then you could just like encourage me to pursue this. I'll pretend to be younger. Does that help? Fuck. I'm gonna make it all up on my own. Yeah, resin printers are really nice. I have an Elegoo Mars and an Elegoo Mars 2. So, I'm using some new brushes that I literally haven't opened the package yet. This is the new Phalanx brush. I think new. They've had it for a little while. But this is the Phalanx brush set, synthetic brush set from Game Envy. So I'm going to be trying out in oils today. Oh, Sehul Peanut, if you're still around, I have some paint set aside for you, and I've been waiting on, because I order, like every month I order a couple brushes from Game Envy. They just took a while to get to me this month, but I wanted to get you one of these Game Envy Sable brushes to throw in there to get you started on your painting journey. This is what it's been waiting on to ship, so I'm going to get this boxed up for you here in the immediate future. I got myself a couple of them, actually. That's where I started, Ishan Loki. I had a, still have, my first printer is right over to my left. If you see the one that is on the camera up there, that's my Neptune 2. That's my most recent acquisition, but on the shelf below that is my Ender 3 V1 that has been running pretty much non-stop for 2.5 years, and only recently has it developed enough problems where I'm like, I'm just going to get rid of it and get a new one. It's paid for itself so many times over, it's crazy. The ability and skill to fix these damn printers is where the money's going to be. You're not wrong, Delta Ice. Keeping them running is not necessarily as easy as you might think. Cheap is good, though. The new Neptune 2 is a great printer, and it sells for like $160. Alright, so I just got the set. I don't know. I don't these days recommend buying brushes in the size like 0 or 00 for mini painting in sable, but since I've started oil painting, I have found the utility in these hyper small like 00 brushes. We've got a 000, we got a 5/0, which I guess is even smaller. But in oil painting, these work real well, and the issue is that they're so small, the belly of the brush is so small that if you're working with acrylics, and you're using a brush this tiny, by the time you go from the palette to the mini, a lot of your paint will have already dried, which is nuts. With oils, we don't have that problem. And I've been getting smaller and smaller with my brushes, so now we can take it real fine. Probably use you today. Probably these two, and I'll set this one aside for the moment. Get myself out something to blend with. Yeah, we're not at the point of 3D printing technology yet where the truly, like, hands-off printer exists. That will eventually happen. Eventually there will be a printer that comes along that's truly fire and forget, where you barely have to put any effort into it whatsoever, and that is going to be a huge boon for the consumer market. Some of my cobalt blue. I'll try a little phthalo blue. I haven't really used much of it, but I think I like it more than cobalt. My blacks and my whites. Yellow ochre, cadmium yellow. Sienna. Umber, Terra Rosa, and probably Pale Rose Blush. I'm doing some reds today too, so I might as well have Permanent Rose, and I'm gonna grab some magenta for my skin tones. Sound good? I think it does. What if we ever get to the point where it's so consumerized and arcane that 3D printers are the PC problem, where most of the population needs someone else to make and set them up? You know, MechPre Studios, it's a funny just observation on the modern world and technology that I think a lot of people have had this recently. I don't claim credit, but growing up, I remember people talking about, like, well, you know, my generation, we've had computers since we were little kids and we're so good with them, and the next generation, their computers were already advanced by the time they were born. They've been doing nothing but using computers since the moment they crawled out of the womb. They're going to be computer masters. And it turns out most of them have no fucking clue how to use computers if it doesn't have, like, a big, shiny app button. Like, they're good with touchscreens and pushing the app button and swiping their finger where it tells them to go. But, like, if it comes down to programming something, they just stare at you blankly. It's a weird, counterintuitive shift I've been noticing these days. You would have thought they'd all be building their own PCs, but the pre-built PC market is still as big or bigger than it ever was. Gaming is shifting towards mobile. Like, it's a weird paradigm. Akariasi, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Alright, let me figure out my next step here. The gold armor on his hand. I want to get a base put down for his skin. I don't want to take that too dark. I think I'm going to start out with Terra Rosa as a base skin tone and then work up from there. Well, yeah, I don't want to go too dark. I don't want to go too dark with my skin tones. I think that's a problem I have usually when I'm doing skin tones. If I need to shadow it some more, I can do that on a case-by-case basis. So let's get the base for the skin laid down. He's going to be a ruddy boy. And I don't need anything too... Need to have my little cup of white spirits ready to go. Blending brushes, so I want to have this guy out for detailing. There we go. Actually, what I think I'm going to do is put just a touch. I'm going to try putting a touch of magenta in with my Terra Rosa and see what that does for it, because I want to have some purples in his skin tone, since I didn't use them in the gold as much. I really like magenta as a skin tone, like a shadow for skin. Yeah, I like that color. That's what we're gonna do. And we can build on this. Hey, Edifo, how you doing? This is where we're gonna get to the part where I'm like, I wish I'd painted his head before I glued it down. I'm sure I'll say that before the night is done. Ooh, I like that. I like this as the base. Oh, it's so good looking. Let's see if I can actually utilize it effectively. I don't think I'm gonna paint his eyes. I don't give a shit. They're downcast anyway. Nobody's ever gonna see them. Yeah, I mixed a little bit of Terra Rosa with a touch of magenta, pun expected. You know, something else I like about oil painting is the fact that the number of pigments or pigment mixes are so... Because in mini painting and acrylics, if you're trying to exchange recipes, color mixes and stuff, it always comes down to, wait, what brand are you using? What wild color from Reaper is that? What version, what line of Reaper paints is that particular color? There are all these insane blends of different pigments. In the oil painting community, it's much easier to talk about what pigments you're using because you have... The paints tend to have far fewer of them in it. No matter what brand, they're all talking about the same base number. It's very nice. Now, for his hair, I'm thinking raw sienna. Not raw sienna, burnt sienna. Because he has a glorious golden mane on him. This is just a little bit red, and that'll let us sort of work through red into just a touch of yellow. I'm not very good at faces and hair. Like, I'm a little nervous about digging into this. This is some of the first face and hair painting I've done in oils. But we're just gonna take it easy. Oh, he has a laurel around his head I gotta make sure I pay attention to. That's the truth of it, Kursala. That really is. They don't need to have all these crazy names for their paints, but it's all branding. He does have a glorious mane, does he not, just on TSB? I'm sorry, I want to call you Justin. I think that's probably your name. I think you'd probably be fine with me calling you that, but I see the name and I say Juston. I don't have any choice in the matter. My brain just does it. Puck Duncher, vaguely enthusiastic. What indeed is up? Sluts, Puck Duncher. Welcome in. It's good to see you. How are things? Yeah, Payne's Gray is one of those that is always a blend of a number of other pigments. There's some you can get that are like single pigments. But yeah, Payne's Gray varies depending on what company you're getting it from. There's a handful of those colors that are like medleys, and you gotta keep an eye out for them and pick which ones you like. But usually, a lot of the base pigments seem to be the same between companies. So, like, you know, if you get dioxazine purple from one, dioxazine purple from another, you're gonna know that both are gonna be fairly aggressive and relatively opaque. Same thing with the differences between, like, Ivory Black and Mars Black and Lamp Black. I will endeavor to say Justin rather than Just On. It's like, I guess it's because I grew up, you know, on Star Wars. And Just On seems like a Star Wars name, you know, where it's like almost a real name, but at the same time totally not. Probably should have painted his head as a separate piece, but, you know, it's too late for that now. I had it off so that I could paint the thing behind his head, and then that turned out to not be necessary, but, you know, whatever. Speaking of the nice features of oil paints, I just got a little bit sloppy and put some of that paint onto this gold here, but I should be able to just kind of pull that off. Nice and easy. How you doing there, Arkrave? Thank you so much for that resub, man. Ordered some more metal Battletech. Should I prime them before painting them? No. In fact, don't even wash them. Just put paint down directly on them. Is this bad advice Sunday? Can it be? Just as a reminder to anybody looking to post to the Storm Report tonight, if you go down into the Channel Points Redemption section of the chat box, you will find a new redemption down there called This Just In, which you can use to get additional slots for tonight's Storm Report, if you care to share. Yeah. Puck Duncher is absolutely correct. Yes. In fact, in all cases, please wash and prime your models. People will say certain models don't need it. My personal philosophy is better safe than sorry. I'd rather do too much work than too little. There's no real risk associated with washing and priming. There is risk associated with not doing either. So always wash, always prime. Doesn't matter what it is, especially metal models, for the love of God. Also true, yes, Kursala, the report now is open until we actually go into the report, which is pretty much how it was before. We're just continuing that paradigm. All right, let me put down Burnt Umber as my base for my gold. Romeo Void, how you doing, man? We got a lot of pretty cool people in chat tonight. Where are my Heck Train settings even? I realized I haven't updated those in forever. I probably should. Oh, Colonel Matthew Steiner is here. We can get serious now. Colonel Matthew Steiner, how you doing today, man? It's good to see you. Should I get a palette camera? I know a lot of painting streamers have it. Is that interesting? Is that something people would want to see? My palette is a fucking mess most of the time. I feel like that piece of resin should have been removed now that I'm looking at it. Hang on. Of course, I don't notice this until after I attach it to the model. Oh no, you broke a vortex mixer. That's no good. I'm gonna just go ahead and clip it out, because it really doesn't look like it's supposed to be there. Oh, yikes. You say that? You say that, pun expected? I go over and I watch Steal a Rebel paint, and she's so organized it makes me a little sick. She does like a little color grid for her mixing. It's insane. It makes me feel bad, like I'm a bad person for not doing the same thing. There we go. That'll do. Avoid the inside of the palm, because I want to do that in some blues. Avoid this little jewel here, because I'm going to do that in red. Yeah, she drives me a little crazy. She's like, oh my god. Steal a Rebel is in so many ways the painter that I wish I could be. She's very precise, and her eye for color is phenomenal. Not gonna worry about the gem on the back of the hand. Again, nobody's ever gonna look back there. There's a little grid with squares full of mixes. No, okay, so when she starts her stream, she lays out her palette. She has a palette cam. She takes all the colors that she's gonna use, and she does a color grid, where it's like, if you look at how I'm just kind of splopping color wherever makes sense to me, she'll go up the left side with, like, these colors, and then along the top with another series of colors, and then she'll, like, come down to the intersection points of those, and that's where she'll do her mixes. It's appalling. Yeah. Makes me feel like a fucking slob is what it does. Which, of course, you know, I am, but I don't always feel like it. Are you not following Steal a Rebel, Puck Duncher? She's amazing. We've had her on stream before, and we're probably gonna have another dual stream with her inside of the next month. Those kind of settle in and glaze a bit. Trick. So I want to jam some of the shadow colors down in here, because he's got a hand underneath this little protective cage. I know, like, it's the kind of tidy
Here
where
at
it's
Thunderhead
like...
Studio, we specialize in turning your shame into more shame.
More and more and more. It's the kind of organized I wish I could be, but because of who I am as a person, it's never gonna happen. It's just not realistic. I know my limitations. I am merely a man. Ooh, Data Nerd, thank you for the reminder. I need to grab a beer. Let me finish putting down my base real quick. I want to put down a little bit of cadmium red. Ooh, that's real thick. A little bit of cadmium red. I'm going to touch it with just a little bit of ivory black. And... teeny little dab of phthalo green. This is one of my favorite bases for red. Oh, nice, Colonel Matthew Steiner. Which one did you get? Yeah, Cyber Knight stuff is fucking amazing. Guys, if you're into 6mm gaming like Battletech at all, you can always hit exclamation point and metalcore in chat to get a link over to his site. Phenomenal work. Phenomenal work. Some of my favorite minis on the market. I'm going to mix a touch of red with a tiny little bit of black and with just a touch of phthalo green. A little bit more red. A little bit more red. And this yields one of my absolute favorite bases for red. Really, really rich. And that's what I'm going to do here for the wrap on his sword hilt. It kind of looks like an ox blood almost. And then I'll just touch that right here on the gem as well. Considering the marketing power and the incredible talent at DRD, like, I don't know about Cybern, but I would be fucking honored to be compared to Death Ray Designs. Those guys are amazing. I think it's fair to say that between DRD and Metalcore Collectibles, like, I mean, that is the market right there. Blending some reds in here today, so I'm going to go ahead and put down a little glazed base of my red. Bit down here on the old wang tassels. We talked about doing something like that with the scabbard, but I'm going to leave that for right now. I'm not going to worry about it. I think that'll be one of the last things I do. Most of the shoulder's going to be covered by his wing anyway, so I'm not too concerned with the back of it. Decided to sell your Song of Ice and Fire stuff. You know, Roland, I support your decision. A Song of Ice and Fire, it's a great game, don't get me wrong. I think A Song of Ice and Fire is one of the best. The absolute best rank and flank fantasy war games out there. I think that the A Song of Ice and Fire game from it's by Cool Mini or Not, I think. That game is too good for its for being associated with Song of Ice and Fire. And I know that it's based more on the books than the show, but given what happened to the show and the fact that that is the public perception of the property, I think that game is better than that. I want them to take that mechanical system and apply it to an IP that fucking deserves it. I'd love to see that, personally. Because the game itself, again, mechanically is wonderful. I love it. I haven't forgotten. I have not forgotten, Data Nerd. I just want to get this part done before we continue onward. Put down some Payne's Gray on the blade. Captain Madlove, thank you so much for coming in. Thank you for bringing your people. Thank you for the raid, guys. If you're not following Captain Madlove, holy shit. Should you ever be? Yeah, like Lord of the Rings. Oh my fucking god! Don't get me wrong. I like Games Workshop's Lord of the Rings game, but I would love that system for Lord of the Rings with all the characters in that book. Wouldn't it be amazing with the political intrigue side of it? Anyway, Captain Madlove again. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming in. You have a fantastic night, and I will talk to you real soon on Discord. Get some of those conquest bases in your hands. Can't wait to see what you might be able to do with them. Glaze some of this Payne's Gray in over the sword blade. Ooh, it's got a little red in it, doesn't it? It's because I'm using the same brush because I'm a buffoon. That's okay. There are worse things than having a touch of red in here. Maybe mixing plenty on top of it anyway. Just back to Masters of the Universe game. I keep seeing the mini releases for that. They keep posting them, and I chuckle to myself every single time I see them. Like they released the Skeletor with the Death Claws or whatever they're called, and I'm like, oh, I still have that fucking toy. The Skeletor with the big death gauntlets, and you move his torso back and forth, and he does this. I fucking have that toy. Oh man, Rafma, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Put a little ivory black in there and let that kind of soak into the primer. There's my umber. What color are you going for the sword? So I'm going to be building this up I started with Payne's Gray and Ivory Black. I'm going to build this up through, I'm thinking of almost going with repeating this color palette that I have down here in the rocks. This is like phthalo blue and phthalo green. So I'm thinking that kind of mixture of blue-green for the sword. This is the theory. We'll see how it goes. No plan survives contact with the enemy, as they say. How you doing, by the way, Rockin' Robin Workshop? Could we please get a shout out for Rockin' Robin Workshop, a good personal friend of mine who is looking to start streaming here pretty soon. Rockin' Robin is his new streaming handle, so guys, make sure you go drop him a follow. You're not gonna want to miss it when he goes live for that first time. No pressure, but your first stream better be fucking amazing, Robin. No pressure, bro. Alright, not missing anything that I want to work on today, as far as I can tell. I'll let those kind of settle in for a minute before I start working on it. So I'm going to take advantage of that real quick. I'm going to hit you with a BRB screen for just a minute. I need to grab myself a drink, bottle of water, and a brewski, and I will be right back. See you in a second. See, I told you it wouldn't be long. Put my water bottle someplace I won't knock into it like a genius. Time Stop, how you doing today, man? Cha-cha-cha-cha. Rothma, did I thank you for your follow? I might have missed it. Maybe I said something then just forgot about it. Either way, welcome. Take your time, Robin. Like really, like genuinely no pressure, man. Take your time. I'm just excited. Because you are a fucking phenomenal painter, and I love your work, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you get up to. Who is it that I just saw in chat broke their vortex mixer? I'm so sorry about that. I thought of it because I just went down to use mine. Come on. This bottle's almost dead. And a little thickened. Maybe you need a little bit more thinner. Jesus. I don't use you that much, Thalo Blue. Come on. Give it a good shake. What's up with you? Can't be that empty. Can you? That's embarrassing. I didn't even realize I was emptying you that quickly. Come on, there's got to be a little something left in there. Cough it up. None of your friends are this stubborn. There we go. A little something. Come on. I don't need much. Alright, note to self, mix more Thalo Blue. Holy shit. Because I squeezed out, I think is literally the last that's in that bottle. I really had to crank on it there. Hopefully that'll get me through tonight at least. I appreciate that, Data Nerd, I really do. I'm gonna take a touch of Thalo Green and just a dab of my blue. Mix up a little base for the inside of the palm here. And back at the wrist. I guess everywhere that he's got that flexible body glove should be that color. Oh. Well, I hope that everything's well, PDF. Hopefully something mundane. Alright, let me grab my sponge and remove some of my excess here. We are, in fact, using oils today, Sphere. How you doing, man? Said a while ago I wanted to get to a point where I was comfortable using oils to do it on Sanguinius, and finally reached a point where I felt good enough to give it a try. So far, it's been going well. It was a pain in the ass, Stig. I recommend the ones, you're probably not looking to get a new one, but if anybody's interested in the Vortex mixer, I do recommend the ones from, what's he call his company? Typhoon? Here in the States, he takes, like, old medical Vortex mixers, like, from medical labs and such, and he refurbs them for hobbyists. And they are iron fucking clad. I love mine. Started on another regiment upgrade character. Ooh, what model Sphere? Oh yeah, you might actually care about my little hero base upgrades, Sphere. I'm going to show them off to you in just a second. Before I lay into my second round on these. On his hair and whatnot. Started on a Flamecaster, finished my Exemplar. Oh, nice. Captain Gingerbeard, how you doing today, man? Yeah, I'm gonna be trying out some of these Game Envy Phalanx Nylon Synthetics. In fact, that should be one of the next brushes that I actually pick up to put down some more pigments on this bad boy. I'm just doing some cleanup on my initial glaze. And that Terra Rosa. It stains real nice. And every time I get to the point where I'm removing glaze on oil paints, I'm always like, you know, a couple years ago I would have called this paint job done right about now. Oh, man. I like the Game Envy Sables. I've been doing these for Conquest, though, Sphere. I've been updating my, my base range and my new hero base for the retinue upgrades. I have these little magnetized slots. And then I have these for combat, tactical, and arcane. Arcane is the one that printed successfully the first time. Where'd I put the other one? There it is. So if you wanted to have like your Arcane 1 upgrade on here, you would have that painted up and you just go, like so. That's Arcane 1. It's a little crystal held aloft by a lightning bolt. Oh, you want to do an Arcane 2 retinue upgrade on them? Well, you just do that instead, and as you might be able to guess, the third one has 3. Same thing with combat, has swords, and tactical has little flags, and there's 3 slots for it, so you can do, you know, 1, 2, 3 retinue upgrades on the same base. It's a new idea. I came up with it like yesterday, and then just prototyped it overnight. I'll probably do a different version of each of those for, I mean, if people like them, if people wind up picking them up, I'll do different versions for each faction and different versions for each base set. Hey, Smack Weasel and Mr. Altier, how you guys doing today? Still over here shouting at my curled tips. I like Game Envy brushes. I've been using their sables for a while now. Their number... Well, no, sorry, this isn't their sable. This one, the #1 spear, has become kind of my go-to sable brush. But these new nylons I want to use for oils. Alright, I'm just going to start slapping some color down on this sword blade, and we're going to see where we land with it. What do you say? This is a mixture of phthalo blue and phthalo green, which yields a truly interesting cyan. Well, not quite cyan, really, but, you know, blue-green, kind of a jade. I don't want his sword blade to be boring. He is, after all, a fucking Primarch. So they're STLs. Yes, Severe. The entire base line is. I've got a number of them done up. I'm calling this set, I think, Old Market Road. It's meant to be like an old cobblestone road. It's got some pieces with dirt on the side so that when you combine your regiments together, you can make it look like they're actually walking down a road. And then it has my usual magnetic regiment connectors in the bottom, which I fucking love this feature. This is one of my favorite things. Nilinda, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Yeah, I know, you have the option of a spear or a sword. I'm painting this as a gift for a friend, and he preferred sword, so sword is what he gets. He had a sword, too. It's not like he never used swords, but yeah, his deal was a spear for the most part. It's always the weird thing with painting unique characters. Fulgrim, yes. Of the original Primarchs, Fulgrim, I believe, was the best swordsman. In my defense, it's been quite a long time since I read any of them dar books. And then he turned into like a snake demon man, and then he had like 4 arms with 4 swords and shit, cause 40K. Was Lionel Johnson the best sword? Well, yeah, that just goes to show you how much attention I was paying. I remember it being Fulgrim, but I may be very mistaken. Good old Lionel Johnson. Lionel Johnson sounds like somebody who works at a gas station in a small rural community, not a Primarch of the Space Marines. Let's get in here and do a touch of blending, shall we? I mean, yes, Roland, best Primarch overall. Or if you need someone, like, hammered in general. He was all about them hammers. Probably my memory of Fulgrim being the best stems entirely from the fact that Fulgrim is just one of my favorites, and I am prone to wishful thinking. If I had to guess, that would be my guess. I am an Emperor's Children guy, at the end of the day. Who did Fulgrim kill? He didn't kill Ferrus Manus. Or no, not... rather, it was Ferrus Manus and, the Salamanders Primarch who fought on Istvan. Wasn't it? He killed Ferrus Manus? Okay, see, I'm like, oh, he did this thing, and everyone's like, no, he didn't. I'm like, oh, he didn't do this other thing, and everyone's like, yeah, he did. It's been a long time. Yeah, exactly, to square. The Iron Hands with their Primarch, Iron Hand, who had iron hands. No one ever accused the Emperor of being subtle. No, I guess he didn't. They were mostly named by whoever it was that raised them on the various planets they wound up on. He still was not a terribly subtle patriarch. Yeah, I thought Vulcan was one of the ones where it's like, maybe he's dead, maybe he isn't. Which I preferred the Age of Primarchs when it was largely unknown, when it was like, Gilliman might be alive, maybe, someday, but it was like, we'll never find out. And like how Leman Russ just sort of fucked off one day to go find like the Fountain of Youth. Never came back. He was just in the corner of the room. There's not a lot of light there. It's like the classic, I found Jesus. He was just in the back. You're hanging out. It's no big deal. And I mean, like, I'm no fucking expert, but are you guys watching how goddamn easy it is to blend these colors? This is ridiculous. Romeo Void, have a good night, dude. Thank you so much for stopping in. Always a pleasure to see you in chat. Always a pleasure to know you're out there lurking, man. And I hope to see you again soon. Oh, we're supposed to be watching. You know what? This is a funny thing. I was just talking to Robin about the other day. Streaming. Paint streaming, even. You would think it'd be mostly visual. People would be mostly watching what you're doing. A lot of people just put you on in, and I know I do this too, just kind of put you on in the background while they're doing something else. Have you on like a second monitor or something like that while they're watching a show or working on something. And I think audio is actually a lot more important than video the vast majority of the time. Oops. It's a little sloppy. Whoa there now, Cat and Gingerbeard. I'm gonna have to make you subscribe to my OnlyFans if you keep that up. It's not the kind of content we make here. Shock21 is watching this, football, and Galaxy Quest. What the fuck are you doing, Shock21? Turn this and football off and watch Galaxy Quest, you maniac. I'm trying to listen to the music. I'm just here because I can't afford pretzel. But it's free. Shut up. Yeah, I mean, I find I do the same. Even with painting streamers, I look up every now and then to see what it is they're working on. But for the most part, I'm usually like, I've got like Red Letter Media or something on top of them. Captain Gingerbeard, by the way, thank you so much for the sub, man. Your subscriptions are always appreciated. Go. I think I'm going to blend this a little bit more, and I'm going to do my final pass of actual titanium pure white once these oils have dried a little bit, just because I want that color to be a little bit more stark for that final contrasting highlight. This is my thinking, at any rate. J.M. Ruiz G... Wait, hold on. Jmruzg! I got nothing. JM, thank you so much for the follow, man. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. Lighten that glare a little bit and then blend it out. Bobo Kiddo, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to you as well. A lot of follows today. Captain Mad Love's community is a bunch of pretty awesome folks. I'm glad y'all are having fun. Or at least not super duper annoyed. Sometimes as a streamer, that's what we gotta settle for, you know what I mean? Welcome to the stream, my friend. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I know we got a number of new people tonight, so I'll go ahead and once more reiterate that we do a bit at the end of every stream known as the Storm Report. We love, love, love to see your art here in this stream. I think that sharing your art is an important part of being an artist. As I've told people a number of times, I think that we are our own worst critics. Now, I'm sure you've heard that phrase before. It is generally used in the sense that we're the harshest on our own work, and while that is true, I would extend it a little bit to indicate that not only are we harshest on our own work, but we're also ironically the least qualified to judge it the vast majority of the time. There are things other people are going to see that you just won't, so I encourage everybody to get their work out there, be seen, and find out what people think, and there are a few better places to do it. Actually, there are a lot of better places, but there is a good place to do it right here on the stream, at the end of every stream. In fact, starting in about an hour and a half, we're going to be taking a look at the work that you guys have posted. If you'd like to participate, everyone is welcome to do so. You can post a picture in the Storm Report channel on the Thunderhead Studio Discord, which is easily accessed by just hitting !Discord right there in chat. You can post more than one picture by redeeming channel points, but if you're new to the stream, you're probably just going to have the one. Either way, I would love, love, love to see your work. Maybe you just want to show off something you did a while ago. That's just fine. Maybe you want some advice on something. I'm happy to give it. You'd like some critique. You'd like maybe a direction to go on something you're not quite sure how to finish. I am happy to give what I can. I wonder if that's a real person. If it is a real person, which it probably isn't, then they're playing off of the... Yeah. Probably not. Probably just another one of the bots associated with the recent fucking hate raid phenomenon. They've all been a hoss. If it's not one of those bots, then it's someone who thinks they're funny naming themselves after it. Very sus. Very sus indeed. I'm going to say probably a bot. Yeah, thanks, PDF. I'm going to put it this way. If you're a real person and you're naming yourself that at this point, then you're probably a consummate troll. You gotta know. You gotta know by now. What do you guys think of the sword? How does that look? I wanted it to be nice and bright and kind of blue-green. I think I've got that pretty well. Yeah, I might come in a little bit. I'm gonna let it... It looks brighter on the camera than it does in person. Honestly, Ren? It looks a little bit darker here in person, so I'm probably gonna let it rest a little bit, come back to it later and see if I want to tweak it at all. Oh, thank you so much for saying so, Lana T. Do a little bit of cleanup with my blending brush. And do I bother painting the inside of the sword blade? I guess I probably should. You can see a good amount of it. I guess I probably should. Let's do a little bit of that. Don't necessarily have to do the entire thing. I'll just do a little bit. Maybe just one point of glare, like right here, is what I'm thinking, since you won't be able to see most of it most of the time. Let that settle in a little bit before I do anything. I'm pretty happy with the color, though. He's a little brighter than I would usually go, but he's a Primarch. He deserves a little something something, you know what I mean? Just do a little bit of work on the gold hilt. Get some yellow ochre on the palette. Alright, now I'm going to switch brushes to one of my new Game Envy Phalanx brushes, because I want to get a feel for them. Let this... This is one of my older Winsor & Newton size zeros that just hasn't seen a lot of use lately. I've just switched to using it for oils. So, where's my size 0? That's a size 3. Go with the 00. God, this track is so creepy and it doesn't go anywhere. Do something else. There we go. A little bit of that Fury Weekend automatic love. That's the business. Just can't get enough of that automatic love. I like Fury Weekend. I've been listening to them more lately. Alright, we'll see you in a bit, Ren. I'm definitely leaning very, very yellow for this gold. It's not always the best choice, but I figured this isn't necessarily like actual gold. I kind of wanted to do more of a brassy look. And brass is very yellow. Listening to Dance with the Dead a lot. Yeah, Dance with the Dead is fucking fantastic. Dance with the Dead, Perturbator. There are a number of really good synthwave bands out there. You know, I'm kind of like, stylistically, I'm just like completely fucking done with the whole 80s retro aesthetic and like movies and everything. But synthwave can stay as long as it wants. Synthwave is welcome as far as I'm concerned. Fury Weekend has been my recent discovery that I've been enjoying. I don't think they're as good as Dance with the Dead or Perturbator, but they're pretty excellent. They're closer to like Scandroid in style, whereas Perturbator and Dance with the Dead are real dark. Real dark, real heavy. Scandroid, meanwhile, is really, really corny, and that's kind of what I like about them. Say them, I think it's just like one guy. It's the same dude who is Cell Dweller is also Scandroid. Also recently did the original score for the James Wan movie Malignant, which I fucking love this movie. It's so weird. It was not at all what I was expecting, and I was so happy with it. Get those little golden fingers inside that basket hilt of his. Probably should have done that first, but that's not the dumbest thing I've even done today, so no big deal. That's the tip of his thumb. So far, I'm liking this phalanx brush. It's nice and precise. We'll see how it holds up to repeated use in cleanings. Yeah, everybody loves Turbo Killer. If you want to introduce someone to synthwave, what you need to do is sit them down and have them watch, is his name Adam Wingard, I think is the director? Have them watch Adam Wingard's The Guest. Just watch that movie. It exists in an alternate dimension where everyone listens to synthwave, and it's amazing. It's also one of the most entertaining movies of the last 10 years, in my opinion. Getting the fingers inside the basket hilt is a interesting challenge. But I want to pick him out. He wasn't really the bad guy, Kursala. He was, like, associated with who might sort of be the bad guy, but I don't think I'd call Lance Reddick the villain of that movie by any stretch of the imagination. It did have Lance Reddick in it, though. Oh man, I love Lance Reddick. He's on my list of actors who, like, if you were to tell me, like, oh my god, this actor just released a video and it's just them reading the phone book, I would be so fucking in. Lance Reddick and, like, Jared Harris. Arguably James McAvoy, if I'm being honest. I like that guy. Riot Sister, welcome in.
Hello there.
How you doing today? James McAvoy. This guy fucks. He really does. He like, I was just talking with someone about the what's his name? M. Night Shyamalan superhero verse, the Unbreakable Split Glass recently. And I was really thinking about it, and I realized, like, I don't really want to rewatch any of those movies except for Split. Like, honestly, Unbreakable is... I enjoy Unbreakable. I think I've seen Unbreakable too many times. I didn't really like Glass all that much, but Split, just as its own movie, is really good. What do you got? What do you got, Roland? What do you got about Lance Reddick? I'm curious. You know, it's a real divisive ending. I know some people really like the ending of Glass. I did not. It was incredibly anticlimactic. And it wasn't just anticlimactic, like, over a couple of movies over a few years' time. It was anticlimactic over a series of 3 movies released, like, over almost 20 years, and that was not cool. But Split on its own is such a good movie that I guess I just don't mind that much. Picking these fingers out through the basket hilt is... I'm glad I'm using these new brushes. Put it that way. Because it's a little bit of a challenge. All I know from Lance Reddick is that, whether we wanted it or not, we've stepped into a war with the Cabal on Mars. Wait, what? Is this some Lance Reddick I haven't seen? He's been in so many things. Echidna, 1980, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Oh, that's Destiny. Yeah, okay. I remember I tried to play Destiny 2, and the first thing I said, I think, to Riot Sister, I messaged her right after I started. I was like, you didn't tell me Lance Reddick was in this. Oh, Lance Reddick. How many more times can I say his name in one stream? Let's say we find out. We should write a song about how much we love Lance Reddick. That wouldn't be creepy at all. Someone's spouse got him to do a baby announcement to tell her husband, a huge Destiny nerd, that she was pregnant. You don't even have to be a Destiny nerd. You could be a fan of almost any good show or movie in the last 20 years. You could pull that off for fans of The Wire. You could pull that off for fans of Fringe. Almost anybody who has been consuming American media has something to love that Lance Reddick has done. Just spotted a funny little area that I missed. I don't know why I missed it, but I did miss it. Let's just go ahead and correct that real quick. It's because I cut those tassels off his shoulders instead of painting them. Here's the thing, Captain Gingerbeard. I promise you, you do and you don't know it. You almost certainly know who, like, if you don't know who Lance Reddick is, you know him from something. He is a very distinctive looking man with a very distinctive sounding voice. And it's like, between the cadence of his voice and the timbre of it, it's like a nice, rich, cold brew coffee just pouring over your eardrums. It's not. I think he's better known than Patrick Warburton, Gingerbeard. Like, Patrick Warburton very uniquely was definitely one of those where it's like everybody knows his voice even if you don't know his name. I think that's probably true of Lance Reddick as well, but he's better known as an actor than Patrick Warburton ever was, I think. He's gotten to actually have his voice in a lot more things. How goes Bosch? I haven't watched any episodes since the last time we talked about it. I need to dig back in. Yeah, the last episode I watched was that one with Captain Irving and what happened in the convenience store, and yeah, like that hit pretty hard, honestly. That was pretty rough. Like, I saw it coming a mile away, and I still wasn't like ready for it, you know? Oh, that's excellent. I'm so glad to hear that. Yeah, see, I told you, Gingerbeard. I told you, forgot a rung. Welcome in, my friend. How are you doing today? Have you seen, Roland, that apparently they're getting ready on Netflix to do, they're calling it That 90s Show with Kurtwood Smith, and I can't remember the name of the actress who played his wife in that 70s show. I saw this, and of course the very first thing I thought.
Guns.
I don't hate it. I don't hate the idea. It could be good. Particularly if the focus is on Kurtwood Smith. Rather than fucking, what's his name, Topher Grace, who probably is off doing other things. I actually like Topher Grace. In most things. He has been horribly miscast a few times. I watched Predators again the other day, and I couldn't get over how weird his role in that movie is. I actually kind of like Predators. Like, I feel like, having not watched Predators for a long time, I decided that I disliked it. But going back and rewatching it, like, I don't love it. You know, it's not Predator, but it's not bad. Parts of it are dumb, but parts of Predator are kind of dumb. It's a fuckload better than any of the AVP movies. And I like a number of the characters. I particularly like the scene where the Yakuza guy has a fucking, like, samurai-style sword fight with a Predator, and he doesn't win. They kill each other. But, like, that is exactly the kind of cheese that I was hoping for from a movie like that, and they give it to me briefly. I think Lawrence Fishburne is entirely wasted, and I don't understand... Well, no, that's not true. I understand why his character exists. His character exists to drop a bunch of exposition and then die, so that they never have to explain how he learned any of it. That's why he's in the movie. But Topher Grace, I don't fucking get. Most of the plot of that movie makes sense except for Topher Grace. Has anyone watched any interesting movies lately? Lay it on me. If you watched anything recently that has really stood out, I want to hear what it is. Personally, I just the other day watched The Black Coat's Daughter. And I kind of loved it. I don't think I'd recommend it to everybody. I don't think everybody would really like The Black Coat. Like, I can see a lot of people coming out of The Black Coat's Daughter and going, it was stupid, nothing happened, and it was slow. I loved it. But you gotta be in the mood for a real creepy, kind of psychological thriller. Very atmospheric, very experiential. I really enjoyed it. Jolt on Prime. It's that's the one where it's like, was it Charlize Theron? Is it Charlize? And she's playing like a killer lady, and she has a vest so that when she goes into kill mode, she can jolt herself and not kill people. Is that the premise? Or am I thinking of a different one? And is it any good? Would be my follow-up. I'm officially kind of loving these brushes. I wonder how they'll hold up over multiple uses, but for this first session, they are so nice and sharp. I'm able to get some detail here that I would usually just ignore. And I'm pretty happy with it. Prisoners of the Ghostland. Nick Cage gets a bomb strapped to him by Boss Hogg and has to go rescue the guy's daughter from ninjas in the post-apocalypse. Say no more. I'm in. Probably. Conceivably. Maybe. Kate Beckinsale. Oh, okay. I don't know why I thought Charlize Theron. Maybe I was... You know what I was thinking of? I was thinking of that movie, The Immortals. Or The Old Guard, not The Immortals. On Netflix, where she plays, like, a Highlander. Not a Highlander, you know, an immortal. The Highlander was an immortal. Enjoyed it, had a nice twist. I've heard, I think, a couple of good things about it. I haven't heard much about it, but the few things I have heard have been good. I might have to check it out. I've been watching Doom Patrol, the new season, as it comes out. I can confidently say that this season is the fucking weirdest season so far. It's a bit weird even for me. There's an episode where they all become zombies, and they have a fist fight with a bunch of killer butts. It's pretty strange. Alright, let's come in here and do a little bit of this yellow ochre work on his laurel. Now on to some Babylon 5. Are you excited about the new Babylon 5 yet, Roland? I demand that you be excited. Rewatched Aliens. Did you watch the director's cut? I maintain the director's cut of Aliens is absolutely worth every added fucking second. Tomorrow War was quite fucking stupid, yes. I tried to like Tomorrow War more than I did. I don't hate the movie. I think it's a perfectly serviceable sci-fi action movie, but... Oh, and I will give the Tomorrow War. The Miami action set piece is great. Unfortunately, it's in, like, the second act of the movie, and the movie never picks up again after that. The whole Miami action set piece is incredible. It like, edge of your seat gripping, really engaging, and then the rest of the movie happens and I didn't care. Like, that really should have been the final act. the scene when they first show the white spikes, like when they look up a stairwell and the camera pans in real slowly on one of them, that scene's fucking amazing. Like, one of the coolest monster introductions I think I've ever seen. They make them really scary and really tough, and then, unfortunately, over the rest of the movie, they just become standard monsters who die real quick to a couple of bullets. The Tomorrow War had a lot of things in it that could have been great and just aren't. There was a lot of cool ideas and almost no good follow-through, and that made me a little sad. Because don't get me wrong, I fucking love sci-fi action schlock. A movie does not have to be high art to win my vote. But it didn't know what it wanted to be, and some of the hyperdrama was so out of place and so lame. Captain Gingerbeard, have you ever seen Battle Royale? Because if the... okay, you have? If you said no, I was going to say go watch that instead. It's the same basic idea of the juxtaposition of childish games and fatal consequences with a whole lot of like really heavy-handed anti-capitalist social commentary laid on top of it. It's entertaining. I think Squid Game is worth watching. I'm actually on my second watch through of it right now because my wife hasn't seen it. I watched it while she was away. It's worth watching. It's not amazing. I think it probably gets more praise than it deserves, and it definitely stretches the premise really thin by the end, but it's good. Yeah, it's like Logan's Run meets Battle Royale with a touch of that, like, Bong Soon-ho Parasite business kind of mixed in. If you took the social messaging of Parasite and just crammed it inelegantly into the framework of Battle Royale, you get something kind of like Squid Game. Oh, because Chris Pratt was the best at everything in that movie, Rio. He was the best at everything. It was the least believable thing. Like they reveal later on in the movie, I'm sorry, spoiler warning for the Tomorrow War, they reveal later in the movie that in the future he doesn't even kill himself, he just gets into a car accident, does he? Doesn't he? But he like gets really depressed and separates from his family, and you're like, oh, what happened? What was it that drove that? And they're like, oh, well, you know, he was a successful teacher with a beautiful family who unaccountably had a bunch of money and was super handsome and was doing really well in life, but he got really depressed because he didn't get this one job that he wanted one time. What? What? The fuck? They played him off as, like, too handsome, too charismatic, too successful, and then later they're like, yeah, but he got depressed for some reason. I don't know. WJ, it's probably going to be too late for me post-stream. Probably going to be too late for me, but don't let that stop you from hitting me up to check after I've had a chance to recover a little bit. And I'd be happy to jump on a game with you tomorrow, man. He lost the will to live because he didn't get that one singular job that he wanted. Oh, his life is so hard. Oh. Tomorrow War is just kind of dumb. And then at the end, he, like, punches a giant alien to death. They literally, when they introduce these aliens, one of them kills, like, 30 people. And at the end of it, he fist fights a queen. Like, this would be like if at the end of Aliens, Ripley didn't have the power loader, she just punched the alien queen to death with, like imagine if somewhere in Aliens, Ripley got like the tip of an alien tail and started using it as a knife, and then used it to murder the alien queen at the end of the movie. It's so dumb. It's an entertaining movie. I don't know, like, I would recommend Tomorrow War more if it weren't so fucking long. But it just goes on and on and on. It's crazy. The movie did not know when to end. But I mean, if you've got Amazon Prime, it's essentially free, so there's no real good reason not to watch it if you're bored and can't think of anything else to do. Which I think was part of what they were banking on. Some people started singing it, not knowing what it was. And people... Oh, shit, no. We're not doing that. Between those two, I would probably myself pick the Tomorrow War, but, you know, I'm flattered by the implication. Mars to Pants, how you doing? Do we not like Venom? I've actually heard nothing but good things about Venom. What's it called? Maximum Carnage? I haven't heard anything particularly bad about it. Nothing that you wouldn't expect. Like, it's kind of a dumb movie, which is like, well, yeah, the first Venom was kind of dumb, too. It was just fun. Oh, I was thinking of the Super Nintendo game Maximum Carnage. Sorry, Let There Be Carnage. I've heard that it's just kind of dumb, and they do at least one thing in it that I'm a little disappointed in, but I guess I don't care that much. And then at the end of the movie, they're like, we're going to do the thing that everyone said we were going to do, and everybody totally knew we were going to do the whole time, but for some reason we pretended we weren't gonna. I promise you, you can guess the mid-credit sequence reveal. I promise you can. Jow Victor PLK. How you doing? Oh boy. Is it Portuguese? Possibly? Is it a Portuguese bot? That's my guess. Isn't that the bad guy from Tailspin? Wasn't the bad guy from Tailspin Shere Khan? Well, thank you for taking care of that, Riot Sister. Well, see, now I have my doubts that GMGXXCC is even a person. How depressing. A lot of bots today, for whatever reason. GMG, if you're not a bot, I apologize. And I welcome you to the stream. I just suspect that you might be. Feel free to prove us wrong. Yeah, it is. It is Mac Priest. A lot of bizarre shit's been going on Twitch lately, though. There was the whole hack the other day, after which everybody changed their passwords and turned on two-factor authentication if they didn't have it on already. Lots of weird social media bullshit going on lately. I do not know how to pronounce that. GMG. I'm just going to call you GMG. I'll take it. I believe that you are in fact a real person. Welcome to the stream. I apologize for the not quite so warm welcome as we usually give. We just had a lot of bots tonight. And I have no idea how to pronounce your name. I am sorry. I'm going to call you GMG if that's cool. me start coming in with some cadmium yellow to zazz up this sword hilt a little bit. Turkish name. Okay, okay. I would hate to butcher it. I don't speak a lick of Turkish. I speak a little bit of modern standard Arabic, but I don't think that would really help me much. Well, welcome in. See, I am American, and our pronunciation of literally anything is always butchered. I would look at your name and I'd go, that man's name is Gorkum, and somehow I don't think that's how you would say it. Maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. Also, I like Turkish Star Wars delights and your rugs. God, shut up, WJ, what the fuck are you talking about? Turkish delights. Alright, we'll start working in some highlights here. It's basically like the Arabic you would use if you were studying a high-level course in college, Kursala, but not the way anyone would necessarily speak. I've got a couple of dialects I kind of remember. A little bit of Iraqi, a little bit of Moroccan, but I haven't used any of that in so damn long. A little bit of Sudanese, though I never really spoke that regularly. I just had a Sudanese teacher, and I fucking loved his slang. Oh, Habibi, ya aini. What else has Andy Serkis directed? What has Andy Serkis directed at all? Oh, it's all dirty slang. I remember lots of the words that sound dirty in English, but aren't in the native tongue. Those are some of my favorites. Andy Serkis directed Venom 2? Wait, what? This is news to me. Are you serious? Are you fucking with me right now? Dino Mine Star, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I did not know that previously. Interesting. I suppose. Yeah, but he worked on fucking everything on The Hobbit. Like, you know, The Hobbit was such a goddamn mess. I think that, like, Billy Boyd probably directed some of The Hobbit. And also, that's nothing to brag about. Like, I directed The Hobbit is the kind of thing that you just... Maybe you admit after a few too many drinks when you have to confess to somebody. And then they're like, yeah, I know, Peter. We've been friends for years, and everyone knows who directed The Hobbit. Andy Serkis is just one of those dudes where he's crazy talented. I hear he's a prick. Like, on a personal level, I hear he's a real dick to work with. But it's hard to deny that he knows what he's doing. I hate it when that happens. I hate it. I hate it when someone's, like, unlikable and full of themselves and just, like, totally right about it. Like, completely correct to be full of themselves. It's very frustrating. So I'm like, fucking Andy Serkis, that guy's so talented. God damn it. Garvalax the Devastator? Do you mean Garguax the Decimator? And you're talking about Billy Boyd, I assume, to Square. Stupid, sexy Flanders. Stupid, talented Andy Serkis. Damn you. Can't you just let me dislike you nonsensically? Oh, a game that nobody played. Wow. The game Heavenly Sword, or that ridiculous animated movie that they did that also nobody watched? Well, yeah, Riot Sister, but aren't you, like, contractually obligated to play every game whose protagonist is, like, a wild red-haired female? Yes, Captain Gingerbeard, that's the one. I think it was a perfectly fine game. It was just like, there was nothing it did that made it stand out. Which, given that it was a launch title, was kind of like the death knell. And then they did like a accompanying animated movie that was just bad. So everyone just forgot about it very quickly. But I don't know that it was actually a bad game. Merlin Models, how you doing today, my friend? Andy's gonna be in every single big-budget movie for the next 30 years, Riot Sister. Wait, who's Andy playing in The Batman? Are they finally just saying fuck it, and they're gonna have him play the same guy he is in the Marvel Universe? I wouldn't be surprised at this point. Klaus, Clue. Oh, to Square. Thank you. Andy Serkis is playing Alfred? How did I not know that? How do you know all these things about Andy Serkis, Riot Sister? Are you just making them up? Is this like some kind of weird fucking conspiracy? Did everyone just get together and like, hey, we're gonna tell Thunderhead that Andy Serkis is doing a bunch of shit that's not really happening? I don't put it past you. Just because you know that he irritates me a little bit. The only good thing about Andy Serkis is he popularized the stupid voice that I can do. I've been able to do this since I was a child. It's very, very simple. Oh, but then he goes and he does a whole character like this, and suddenly it's popular. Oh, precious. Yeah, it veered into Stitch for a second there. You're not wrong. I don't practice it. He hates it. It's so precious. Again, I gotta go a little bit more full-throated for Gollum while still tightening it up. This is taking a while on this hand, but I'm just really trying to get these highlights in here on the fingers very delicately, and it just takes time and care. I think it's worth it to be able to see the fingers beneath the basket hilt, though. Hethrir, you have two choices, okay? He can be a little bit of a ginger, and he's going to get more yellow highlights, or you won't be able to tell the difference between his hair and his armor. It's up to you. Actually, it's up to me, but I'll let you think it's up to you. He's strawberry blonde. Thank you for saying so, Merlin Models. You being a smartass? That's so unlike you, though, Hethrir. I never would have suspected. I'm shocked. Absolutely shocked at this development. I don't even know what I'm going to do with myself. You have shaken my understanding of the whole world. I have more trouble with this cadmium yellow than I do with any of my other yellow hues, and I don't know what it is. It gives me so much trouble, but I struggle with it for whatever reason. I can never get it to the consistency that I quite want it. Yellow ochre doesn't give me this trouble. Unexpected, you have a fantastic night. So it's cadmium yellow hue, Kursala, because I don't use actual cadmium yellow. And that could theoretically be part of the issue, is the difference in the actual pigments. Pun expected again. You have a fantastic night, dude. Thank you so much for coming out today. And guys, if you're not following Pun Expected and you enjoy watching oil painting, there is a streamer you absolutely need to be following. Guy does some truly amazing work. I watch him for tips. He did some pretty amazing freehanding in oils just the other night, doing a figure inspired by the Arizona ginseng and honey tea, a can that we would all recognize, one of the tastiest of canned teas. But did some freehand on a kimono based on the sakura on that can, and it came out pretty amazingly from what I saw. See, here's the issue with it too, Hethrir, I realized, is that particularly because he has this laurel, if you do him too blonde, then the laurel's just going to disappear into his hair. Nobody wants that. Well, not too blonde. Blonde is a tricky color because it's not really all that yellow. There's a lot of red in it. Oh, I'm proud of you, Riot Sister. I didn't manage to block those out, and I hate them. I watched the 4-hour Zack Snyder's Justice League because apparently I hate myself. Zack Snyder doing a Star Wars movie. That's fine. That's fine. Star Wars is dumb. Let Zack Snyder do fucking anybody can do a fucking Star Wars movie these days. It doesn't matter. The bar's been lowered so fucking... Like, do you think Zack Snyder's gonna do a worse job than Rian Johnson or Gareth Edwards, who didn't want to do that movie anyway? Or how bad can it really be? You know, Plank Walker, you're not wrong. It was better than the original, but that's not really like a compliment because the original was so fucking terrible that, like, the movie would have to, like, kill your dog to be much worse than it was. I've heard people say things like, oh, Cyborg got more character development, and I'm like, yeah, the movie's 2 hours longer. Everybody got more character development. If your movie's 2 hours longer and characters don't get more development, something is horribly wrong. Sorry, I'm very salty about that movie. I agree, Mastermind. And, like, this is the thing. Both versions are bad. The original Joss Whedon Justice League and Zack Snyder's Justice League are both bad movies. One's just more tolerable than the other. One has more integrity than the other. And even then, I don't fucking believe it, because they released Zack Snyder's Justice League and he was like, oh, I originally meant the movie to be viewed in the 4:3 aspect ratio. Like, then why did you start filming it in anything else? You're just a liar, Zack. You changed your mind at some point later, and he wanted it to be shown on IMAX screens, so he did the 4:3. That's the only reason he did it. You know, Shock 21, I like Rise of Skywalker generally more... Well, no, I can't even say that. Oh, I don't want to get into another comparison of Star Wars movies. It's like comparing like a dog shit sandwich to a cat shit sandwich. I'm like, I might come out preferring one to the other, but can we not just not eat feces? Is that an option? Like, can we do literally anything other than that? Can we argue about whether we like Empire Strikes Back or Return of the Jedi more? Would that be okay? Some actual good movies? For the love of God? I mean, we can't, because Empire's obviously an objectively superior film. But, you know, that was just for the sake of example. Is it a good movie or is it nostalgia? Great or good painting? That's an interesting question. And it's one that I'm glad people ask periodically, because I've definitely fallen a number of times into the trap of saying, this movie is good, and then going back and watching it and realizing it's not. It's not good, I just liked it when I was a kid. And there's definitely a difference between those two things. And at this point in my life, I'm certainly capable of recognizing the difference between I like this thing and this thing is good. Empire Strikes Back is a good movie. I think Empire Strikes Back is a better movie than Star Wars, The Star Wars, A New Hope. I think it's a better movie than Return of the Jedi. I think Return of the Jedi is kind of dumb in a lot of parts, really. But ESB is a genuinely well put together film. It is a sequel, which already counts against it because it can't stand on its own, admittedly. But so much about it just works. There's so much love, quality acting, actors at the peak of their charm. In the case of Carrie Fisher and Harrison Ford. Dark Forces was the best Star Wars game. I'd have that argument. I would. Because I love Dark Forces, I still don't think it's the best Star Wars game. Great or good painting? No. You can't compare things like that based on how good the effects are, because effect technology has just changed and improved over the years. It has much better practical effects. Like, I don't even think that's true. I think the effects in Empire Strikes Back are really good. Still, they hold up well because they did so many of them practically. And we're thankfully at a time in Hollywood where I think a lot of people are realizing that just because you can do anything with computers doesn't actually mean it looks good. Practical effects remain one of my favorite things when done well. It's the reason that the Lord of the Rings movies hold up as well as they do, whereas the Hobbit movies are already nearly unwatchable. Well, no, MechPre Studios, like, you're right. You're not incorrect. But that's the thing. They're not heavy science fiction. No Star Wars movie is heavy science fiction. Star Wars is space fantasy. It should only ever be judged as fantasy, and in the realm of fantasy, it's quite good. Merlin Models, thank you so much for the kind words, and thank you for being here, dude. It is always a pleasure to see you. I hope you have a good night. You know what, great or good painting? You're not going to get flack or provocative hate. You're not going to get either one of those things. I take it back. fuck you. No, I'm kidding. not really. I'm sorry. I do have to ask, though. What? Oh, you know what? I'm stunned to the point that I am not going to level judgment. I'm gonna ask you, what the fuck are you talking about? Ooh, you nearly got me with that one, though.
This is where the fun begins.
I was thinking, what if you CGI on and the thing was the crab head monster? I would sooner not do the effect than do CGI. Do you guys know the story of the making of the prequel follow-up, The Thing from 2011? That they did almost all of that movie in practical, and then production had them go back and undo their practical effects and put in a bunch of CGI? Because that's fucking crazy. MechPre Studios, I can lay it out. Gingerbeard's so funny. I went back and rewatched Alien Resurrection recently, and I did not remember how bad it was. Like, it's way worse than I remembered it, which is astonishing because I had no kind thoughts about that movie. I just want to put it this way. You can lay out the first Star Wars movie by saying that it is about a young peasant boy who loses his family to the forces of an evil empire and is taken under the wing of an old country wizard who used to be a great warrior. He is given his father's sword and learns to wield magic to rescue the princess from the evil emperor and his dark knight. And it's a fantasy movie. It's like a really bog standard fantasy movie. It is one of the most elegant, simple retellings of the hero's journey. And it does a really, really good job at it. It gets a little bit more complicated in The Empire Strikes Back, but its DNA is fantasy. There's nothing wrong with that. Like, that is what makes those movies charming, in my opinion. Well, you know, that's an argument there, Gear Falcon, because he certainly didn't seem that perturbed by finding their crispified skeletons. Yes, I am talking about the Senate, of course, Hardy. How you doing today, Hardy? It's good to see you. Dropping some little white highlight pips in here. It's a little bit much. I used to, as a child, I thought much more of Star Wars. Like, I still love Star Wars, but I love it for very different reasons than I did when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I just loved it because I was like, it's the best story ever told! Blah, 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 blah. Because I wasn't really familiar with that much literature or film. As an older person, I realized that it is great, but it's not great for being unique. It's great for being one of the best examples of a classic genre piece. It's great for being lightning in a bottle. It's great for being a perfect storm of creativity and talent. Which, as it turns out, very little of that talent was actually George Lucas. It was mostly everybody else who made that movie great. George Lucas was just the big picture idea man that everyone else kind of glommed onto and refined his ideas into something truly fantastic. Oh, GMG, if you're looking to share some pictures, we do a review at the end of every single stream. In fact, we're going to be doing one here in just about a half hour. And you are welcome to contribute. It is a bit we call the Storm Report, which can be accessed easily by going to the Thunderhead Studio Discord and popping over into the channel marked The Storm Report. Clever, I know. And you can post a picture in there, and we'll take a look at it right here on the stream. If you'd like advice, if you'd like critique, if you'd just like to show off, let me know. Go ahead and write a little blurb about whatever you post, and we'll absolutely take a look at it. We do it every single stream, dude. Trying to decide on a color scheme for your charity shop found Canoptech Doomstalker. Ooh, it's always tricky. It's always tricky picking color schemes for Necrons. The era of Necron that I come from, I always just think, silver and green, because that's all they ever were back then, but I realize it's kind of boring. That is not the way of things anymore. Don't want to over highlight this laurel, just hit a few of the important parts. Basically, Mech Priest, Lucas had a bunch of crazy, idiotic ideas. Like, truly wild, here's the thing, Lucas is a very creative man. Will never pretend that he does not have an incredible flair of creativity to him. He does. But a lot of his ideas are really stupid, too. And what made those initial Star Wars movies good with him at the quote-unquote helm was that he would throw out all these ideas, and somebody else was generally putting up the money. So they'd go, this is good, this is good, this is good, this is stupid, and we're not doing this. This thing could work if we change it. And Lucas would go, but I want it! And they'd go, shut up, George, you're not paying the bills. And what we'd get is a good movie. And then they give him free reign to do whatever he wants when he's paying all the bills for the prequels, and we get Jar Jar Binks or Dex Jackster? What was the four-armed diner guy? Dex Jet Daxter? Jack and Dexter? I don't know. That's what we get, though. We get storylines where assassins are hired to kill people, so they hire other assassins to kill the people that they were hired to kill. That's what we get out of George Lucas. God damn it. Alright, let's come through here and do a quick little bit of blending. Nothing major, just take the edge off a few of these highlights. Thank you, Roland. What am I printing? Lucky Plants, you can always hit !STL to get a little blurb on whatever it is actively on my printer. Currently, those would be some river pieces for 6mm hex-based Battletech play. A lot of the time I'm printing my own stuff, but this would be stuff made by Vergadero. A friend of the stream, as it were, and a very talented artist in his own right. You know, yeah, it's similar to that, Eads, honestly, because, like, there are little nuggets of greatness in Batman Returns, but he He needed someone to tell him no. He needed anyone at all who had the ability and the will to just point at a few things and go, that right there, that one thing we're not doing. We'll do this other shit. Michelle Pfeiffer is great. Yeah, we're gonna do that. We're gonna do your weird Catwoman, your undead Catwoman, because that actually kind of works. We're gonna, like, Danny DeVito's fine, but we're gonna maybe talk about all the toys that he rides around in. Possibly. And Rick's Moon, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to the Storm Chasers. I'm feeling fairly decent about the sword hilt and the laurel now. What do you guys think? You can reasonably make out his fingers under that basket hilt, right? I can see one spot I should hit real quick. I kinda missed. Should be his index finger right here. Just needs a little, just a dabble do ya. There we go. I think his index finger was all that was missing from there. And now that's got just a little bit of shine off it too through the basket hilt, so you can kind of make out his whole hand. That's a tricky piece to paint, but I think it works. Yeah, that was the weird thing about a Shock 21 is Batman Returns, like, it had all... It was super campy, and I don't dislike that. I actually really quite enjoy it. But it was like they weren't willing to fully commit to the camp. You had, like, Danny DeVito, and then you got Christopher Walken, and I'm like, Christopher Walken needs to be... There's too much camp on Danny DeVito and not enough camp from Walken, and I know Walken's capable of it. And, I mean, like, Michelle Pfeiffer was just hamming it up that whole fucking movie, just chewing the scenery. Oh, the Candy Wars were a dark, dark time, Andrix. Brother against brother. Babies having babies. It was pandemonium. Don't open those old wounds, Roland. Yeah, this is getting dangerous in here. We've been over this, and it nearly tore this community apart. my permanent rose here a little bit. Lay some of it in here. Even at the height of the Candy Wars, we didn't have anybody representing jelly beans. That's a bold position to take. Clan peeps. Oh, God. No, not peeps. I'll allow a lot of bullshit, but no peeps. Red on his goofy little chest jewels here. A little bit of red down here on this little laurel gem. I'm not gonna go crazy or do a bunch of jeweling or anything. I figure I've done so much work with the highlighting on the non-metallic metal. I feel like going all in on jeweling and glare would almost detract from the overall paint job. Some parts need to stay a little bit simpler. But we can do a little bit of work on his face. Starbursts are okay. I can get on board with Starburst. I've been known to enjoy a Starburst. Come on. What's going on with some of these paints? Did I just accidentally let them dry up way too much or something? No? Okay. It was just stuck at the bottom of the bottle for whatever reason. I'd rather have it be too thick than too thin, but it was a little ridiculous anyway. Take a little bit of this pale rose blush and start doing some work on his face. Ease up that real ruddy coloration we got going on here. Try to pick out his ear. Just to get started. Say his neck, but I can't really see much of his neck. Come down in here and get maybe the tendons on the side. the top of that cheekbone and then try to grab the chin a little bit. Pull out that jawline. He's got a very distinct jawline. Oh, hold on a second there, Project Dark Fox. I'll make it water. I definitely need to actually hydrate a little bit. I do not disagree. The shape of his forehead a little bit here. He has quite the forehead on him, truth be told. Sanguinius is a bit of the old 5 head. Thank you for the reminder. Leave that laugh line, but still get his upper lip and his chin. I want to connect the two. I want to leave that shadow. And I want to bring it over and under. Like so. And get his chin. Which can connect right through to the rest of his jaw highlight, really. A little extra on the tip of the chin afterwards. Do the other side of his face, but I'm going to keep it real light to kind of leave that shadowed. Don't want to overdo it. Oop, I just did overdo it. Whoopsies. Luckily, I can clean that up pretty easy. Luckily, I can clean that up pretty easy. I think upper lip and cheek, and I can probably leave the jaw on that side of his face out of the equation. Back a bit on his chin, but ignore most of the jaw. He has very Roman features, does he not? I mean, I guess that's kind of the idea. He looks like an alabaster sculpture. Printer was just clicking, and I find that concerning. I think it was mostly just doing it on retractions. I'll go take a look at it in a second. little bit more on this side. Not a lot, let's just even it out. I'll come in and do a little bit of blending. Right. He does have a very, very nice face on him. Almost genetically engineered. Let's just blend those cheeks down a little bit. Smooth that highlight out. Same here. Trick is to just be gentle. And to never move towards an area that you don't want color to move into. So I'm just going to kind of push it down on his cheeks and draw it forward on his jaw. Really, really light. Like, I barely did anything there. But you can kind of see his face popping out. This is the trick I've learned about oil blending, is you want to be very, very gentle and very, very subtle in your motions. If you're too aggressive, you just make mud, as Matt Yee would say. Oh yeah, I love management games. It depends on the game, Ren, but for the most part, management games really, really get me. We're going to have the lion's share of the work at this point is going to be redoing this cat pelt, but that'll probably be the last thing that I do. There's not really that much to do on the wings. Getting this effect on the wing was very, very simple. I just need to repeat it on the other one. And I mean, he's gonna... Just as a preview of the overall look... This is going to be a cool-looking model when it's done, in my opinion. I'm really pretty happy with how he's coming together so far. I don't think I'm going to do too much work on his hair. I'm going to be very, very subtle with it. Because I kind of like the reddish tone that it has to it right now. I don't want to undo that too much. In fact, let me just grab a little bit of yellow ochre. And I'm barely going to do anything. I'm just going to come in and hit some of the highest points real gentle. Rise of Mages, good to see ya. Yeah, it would be funny if he was the Dark Angels Primarch. Mac Priest. I'm doing pretty well. I can't speak for everybody, Rise of Mages, but I'm having a pretty good day. How are you? So I'm going to do two things. I'm going to take a quick break. Just a quick bio break so I can stretch my legs a wee little bit, and I'm going to take a look at my printer while I'm at it to see what that clicking sound is, because it's bugging me. And I'm not entirely sure what's going on there. And I will be back right after that. I'm going to finish applying this brief little bit of highlighting to the hair first. Oof, hand shaking for some reason. Go with a little bit drier, thicker of an oil for this. Just kind of gently draw it back across the detail. You are now on a list. Oh, I'm so sorry, Ren. Even typing the words will do it. Swapped resins out on my 3D printer now to figure out how to get no dents from supports again. Depending on what resin you're using, a lot of that has to do with, I recommend getting it good and hot. Like, give it a, after you've got it, well, again, depending on what you're using. If you're using water washable resin, good hot water will help the supports just peel right off and leave almost no dents. Like, there aren't really many divots or anything on this, and this was covered in supports. I literally just got it hot and went and ripped it right off. This was water washable. Alright, so I am going to take a short bio break. Before I do that, I just want to give a little glimpse at what we've done so far today. Please give me your opinions. Is there anything we've worked on the sword hand and the head today primarily? Is there anything jumping out other than the fact that the inside of the sword blade isn't highlighted at all? Anything jumping out as off here? Anything that I've obviously missed? Too much detail, damn it. I hate it when I fall into that trap. All in all, I'm really liking how this is coming together. I think that particularly the blue-green of the sword blade coming down across all the warm colors of the body is very effective on this. No, Riot Sister, I think one more round of highlights on his face. And then seeing if I can pull out his eyebrows. Yeah, the cat cloak is undone. Too much sunburn. He's looking very ruddy. He needs one more round of highlights on his face. Pale it out a little bit. Clownish? Oh, he would not like to hear that. Maybe I'm going for like a Kefka Palazzo thing. You don't know. And I'm not really worried about the back of the shoulder because, again, the wings pretty much cover that up almost entirely. Really very happy with how this model has come together so far. All of the bits of body glove, the insides of his palm, the back of his thigh, those are undone. Tassels in the sword are undone. There's just a few small detailed parts at this point that I haven't quite gotten to. Thank you for saying so, Fade Rat. Alright, I am going to take a short bio break. Ladies and gents, I'll be back in just a minute. We're going to roll right on into the storm report, so don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. And we're back. Man, oh, man. Oh, hey, what's up, Sumitha? How you doing, buddy? How's things? Let me clean up my desk a little bit and we'll roll right on into the storm report. Let me go ahead and punch the model that I've been painting for the last little while. We've been getting some good work done, Sumitha. Gradually getting better at this whole oil blending thing. I'm agreeing now, though, that I probably need to darken the shadows on this blade. I'll come back to it in a little bit. White Wolf. I'm loving these Game Envy Phalanx brushes, by the way. If you're out there doing oil painting and you're wondering what set of brushes you should get, so far, based on one session of use, I can say that I think these are worth the money. I'll report back more as I've had the opportunity to put them through a few cleaning and reuse cycles. Speaking of cleaning, let me give these a little rinse. Always a good idea to clean your brushes the moment you're done using them. Telling yourself that you'll do it in a little bit just leads to forgetting it for a few days, at least in my case. Maybe you don't have that problem. Oh, excuse me. Right, these ones can all go for a thorough cleaning later, but they've gotten their initial rinse. Make sure I refill that phthalo blue, which is unaccountably... I really didn't think I'd use that much phthalo blue, but I guess I must have, because that bottle is fucking empty. Which is crazy. Rest of these Phalanx brushes that I only wound up using the 00 today. Got 4 more of different sizes I can dig into later. Toss my white spirits there. You guys back up on the old paint shelf. You know, I think I might try grabbing some actual cadmium yellow. I might. Can you still get? You can still get actual cadmium pigment paints. They just don't sell them as readily because people have to be aware not to touch them. Is that not true? I think it is. Ooh, yeah, that would be real good and crunchy, but that's a just toss it right in the trash moment, is what that is. I'm really liking this design of my oil palette. I'm like I said, I'm one iteration away from being able to release this in a form that I really like. Don't worry, I'll have a file set that doesn't have my big fucking logo right on top of it. I like having my logo on everything, but you might not necessarily. Realize that probably comes off a little bit like he puts his logo on everything. Oh, he's so full of himself. Well, arguably true. Really what my logo is my grandfather's brand, who I never got to know him. And it, I don't know, it feels good putting it in lots of places. It's like a kind of as close to him as I'll ever get, you know? You know what I mean? One thing I haven't seen you make up for 3D printing yet, what's that, O'Coral? An actual butt plug? No, you're right. I've only made a bunch of things that could arguably be confused for one. Alright. Nice and clean. Got my drinks. Base plates for a Battletech Lance or Star. You mean like a little transporter that you could put hex bases down into? This is something I've actually been kind of thinking about lately. I don't really have a plan of action on it, but it's an interesting idea. I've shown you the hex base set I did recently, yeah? I just threw one under my desk. Next Lance of Mechs I do are going to be going on this RimWorld Colony themed set of hex bases. I'm really pretty happy with how these came out. Get a good amount of detail on them. There's one more, but again, I just threw it underneath my desk. Whoops. And as usual, with the washer mount underneath, I swear to God, you guys, more people should do this. I cannot tell you enough how awesome it is, this little bit of extra weight. A base... Oh, you mean like one of these? For like a lance? That's an interesting idea, O'Coral, just for like transport or storage purposes, because this is for conquest, and this serves a very particular in-game purpose, but something like this for hex bases would not be terribly difficult to do. As far as just being able to transport them easily. Yeah. This set of files, I'm going to have a lot of... over the fall, I'm going to have a lot of sets of 3D printable bases in a variety of styles. Hex, Conquest, Tray, and Round. This is the larger 28mm scale, 25mm round version of those same bases. It's the RimWorld Colony theme. Here we have them in 40mm size, but all these base sets are going to be coming out over the fall and winter from Steel Warrior Studios. These came out really, really nice bitter brush, and you know what these were? I've only got one example of this base here right now, I think, but this is a set of bases that I did out of just bits of scrap, like some actual mesh and little bits of plasticard and plastic rod that I cut and glued, and then some dirt that I did these, I think, 6 years ago for a Maelstrom's Edge set. And then recently I was just looking at this and thinking, you know, I could do better than this. I could do this style, but I could do it better now, and out of that, I got this base set, which I'll any base set that I release too is gonna be available in basically it's so funny. All the common sizes, both the rounded edge bases, these beveled edge bases. This one, I just dropped it down to 20% size, down to 6mm, and put it on hexes too. Like, we'll probably just have a lot of new base sets coming out this fall. So, if that's something that interests you and you've got a resin printer, keep your eyes out, because I'm in a very base making mood lately. I like bases with just detail already on them, that all I have to do, because all I did on this was dry brushing. I did nothing but dry brush these. But if you have, chunky enough detail, that's really all you have to do. So yeah, keep an eye out if that interests you. I'll consider what you're talking about, O'Coral. I guess some little transportation stands that you could lock hex bases down into is not a terrible idea. At all. With any luck, time stop. With any luck. But with no further ado, let's go ahead and dive into the Storm Report and see what you fine people have been posting since last time we streamed.
Alright, locusts and gentlemechs, get ready to feast your eyes on glor-pate and wet palates with the occasional culinary atrocity thrown in on tonight's Storm Report. Brought to you by viewers like you.
Why can't I make my mouse do that? There we go. Okay. That's why I did my city streets and the ice bases. That way I'm not redoing them, trying to make them look the same each time. Yeah, that's the thing, Iron Raptor. Like, I've made enough... I have made enough bases individually by hand to know that I would rather just print a bunch of them. At this point, I'd rather just pull it off the printer, clean it up, cure it, prime it, dry brush it, glue the model down, move on with my fucking day. I don't have... I have so much shit to do anymore, and I like the uniformity well enough that I do not have time for that. What scale base do infantry for Battletech use? Same base. You put infantry on the same size base. Ren, you just put like 5 or 6 tiny men on it instead of one big mech. Alright, let's see what we got up first. First up is Sumitha calling me a son of a bitch. What? I missed posting this on the last Storm Report because I was unconscious all the way through. All day with a headache-induced fever dream within fever... Oh, shit. I know that feeling, Sumitha. That is miserable. These are... 30... I think... 28 millimeter? Hang on. Always have a set of digital calipers. I think that might be 28 millimeter. No, these are 30. These are 30 flat to flat. A little bit smaller than the actual hexes for Battletech. The actual hexes for Battletech are 33 millimeters flat to flat. These hex bases are 30 millimeters flat to flat. They're the exact same size as the official ones, which I can prove. Can't I? Why are none of my reference models where they're supposed to be right now? Oh, there they are. I have this mad cat that I've been kind of kicking around, a gift from Sumitha. It's going to be part of an upcoming diorama, but yeah, like, exactly the same as the official ones. Actually, mine's a little bit taller than the official ones. I didn't realize that. I thought I had it the right... No, I guess it isn't. No, it's the same thickness. Okay. But yeah, it matches up. Matches up real nice. Naturally, yeah, that seems like something I would lie about, O'Coral. I'm always trying to slip one by, and you never let me. You're always on top of it, O'Coral. Thanks for that. All the levels of which were mundane and uninteresting, adding to the level of confusion and annoyance when trying to confirm if I'd actually awakened or not. I know that feeling, Sumitha. It's one of my least favorite things in the fucking world. It seems like time slows down when that happens, too. Eagle Moss managed to get more of my money. Damn them. They introduced 3 models back-to-back, all of which I wanted badly enough to shell out for. I'll show the others later, but only one at a time as per the rules. The most recent of which is one... Oh, by the way, yeah, Sumitha, you can now redeem for 10,000 channel points the redemption this just in to get more slots in the Storm Report, should you so desire. Excuse me. My God. Most recent of which is one that I know has a special place in Thunderhead's heart, if I'm remembering correctly anyway. They introduced a smaller version of this, which I missed out on and put on my wish list over a year ago. I see now why they didn't bring it back. So I present you Eagle Moss's new XL edition, USS Sulaco. Oh, it is a favorite. The Sulaco is absolutely a favorite. Man, oh man. But you can't? Well, you can't right now, Project Dark Fox, but normally you can. So I present... Oh, I'm sorry, I just read that. This is the biggest model I think they've released thus far at over 13 inches in length. I pre-ordered it and should be released at the end of November. Means I'll probably get it around Christmas, but we'll see. Oh my God. Ooh. Oh, that's lovely. The Sulaco is such a good-looking ship. I always thought, even as a child, what I like about the Sulaco is that it kind of looks like an assault rifle. Like, it's clearly a ship, based on all the details on it, and the big ol' engine nacelle on the back. but the Sulaco very much looks like a weapon. That's a nice looking figure. Very, very cool Sumatha. We're definitely going to have to see some pictures of this when you get it in. Yeah, Roland? Yeah, as far as I know, the Colonial Marines don't have many... Well, I mean, here's the question, Roland. In Aliens, in the Alien universe, they never really go into what they use for faster-than-light travel. They never even really address faster-than-light travel. They just kind of get from one point to another very quickly. I think it's only a month that it takes them to get from Earth to LV-426, which, as we know, is fucking ridiculous. So they use some kind of faster-than-light drive. Now, if we're just sort of supposing these things, which we have to without any real confirmation, it's probably easy enough to suppose, given that the escape pod from the Nostromo did not have FTL, but just had to sort of drift for 70 years until it was found, it probably is a size thing. I would wager that ships below a certain size don't have FTL drives. So it doesn't matter how many Marines you're planning to send on this mission. In fact, it's entirely possible that Marines are a more valuable resource than ships at that point. Possibly. But even if you're only going to send 12 Marines, which is arguably enough for anything they're likely to encounter. Also, bearing in mind the orders that Burke had from Weyland-Yutani, and the fact that they wanted to keep whatever they found, they wanted to contain it, but they wanted to keep it under wraps, and they absolutely wanted to limit the number of people that knew about it, so they would probably send the minimum complement they could possibly get away with. So the Sulaco might just be the smallest ship they had that still had an FTL-capable engine. This is just me musing on what few details we actually get from the movie, which admittedly are not many. Very, very cool, Sumatha. Thank you for sharing. Here we have from Gear Falcon. I would do a collage, but I don't know how. Well, we can give you some tips. So next time you can do plenty of pics, Gear Falcon. So here's my finished Tech Marine. Ooh, let's have a look at that bad boy. Loving the basing. I really like the basing on this guy. I know we've complimented it before, but it works really well. I like that you kept the highlights away from the foot so that you have a little bit of a value contrast to really separate him from the base, even though they're both warm colored. That red is lovely. Really a very, very effective red, Gear Falcon. Weyland-Yutani was a bunch of jerks. Yes. Yes. Yes, they in fact were. Well, thank you, Captain Gingerbeard. I've been a Star Wars fan since the early 90s, so I've had to be pretty good at just making up bullshit based on things that people don't tell us. Well, but those Marines, the Colonial Marines cannot be in any way compared to modern Marines. Roland, they're... yeah. They frankly act more like mercenaries or a penal legion than anything else. Displacement drive. It shoves space-time from the front of the ship out of the way. Space behind the ship rushing in to fill the gap moves us to its destination. Aren't you just kind of describing warp drive to Square? It's the same kind of pseudoscience. You create a bubble of normal space, and then you contract the space in front of you while expanding the space behind you, and you move at normal speeds, but the warp bubble that you're in, that you're moving at normal speed in, is being projected at faster than light speed through space, at relativistic speeds, because space is getting smaller ahead of you and larger behind you. It's all nonsense, but it's very, very similar nonsense. We talking about Dune? No, that's fold space. And fold space is very, very different from warp drive. Whereas a displacement drive or a warp drive theoretically acts by manipulating time and space around you to allow you to move at relativistic speeds while still relatively moving at normal speed in normal space. Fold space drive, you don't move at all. You move very, very little. Like, you move just enough to pass yourself through the actual tunnel in space. Arguably, you don't move at all if your nonsense pseudoscience theory involves actually two places in space coexisting at the same time. In that case, you've got 2 points in space, you bring them together, they coexist, and then you pull them apart. You start in one, and you end in the other. And you, as they say in David Lynch's Dune, travel without moving. Neither one, Amistad, neither displacement nor warp drive, if we're talking about those two theories, would go through hell in the sense of Event Horizon. Event Horizon would be fold space, which is very much like Dune. So Event Horizon and Dune... Actually, no, I think that Dune, like, Event Horizon people have noted is very close to Warhammer 40K. In that, well... yeah. Let me put it this way. Event Horizon, the theory of Event Horizon is supposed to be Dune, but the reality of Event Horizon is Warhammer 40K. Because they didn't realize that traversing the fold space portal would drop them into a dimension of people getting, like, choked out with barbed wire, or whatever the fuck those visions were supposed to be. And in 40K, you actually transit to another dimension. 40K is also very much like Star Wars. The only difference is that warp space in Star Wars is not hell. It's just nothing, effectively. But you're essentially dropping into another dimension where distance has a different meaning. So it's like, you know, if there's two dimensions laid on top of one another and one is like physically smaller but corresponds to the same points in real space, so you drop into the other dimension, you travel, and then you pop back into this dimension. And you boop, boop, boop. And you travel a long distance without... Oh, this is getting fucking... God damn it, you guys, why are we talking about this? Yes. Exactly, Sumatha. There we go. It's a good red. It's a good red Gear Falcon. A lot of people probably have. A lot of nerds have written a lot of bullshit on this. 40K has your favorite FTL drive. What I like about 40K's FTL drive is that it moves at the speed of plot. Because you can be like, they were lost in the warp for 500 years, and that's why they get to be at this one battle that we wanted them to be at, even though it doesn't make any sense. That was the entire plot of Lord of the Night. A Night Lord goes into the warp. He gets into a fight with some Eldar in the Webway or some shit, and then he gets trapped in warp space, and when he comes back, it's been like 10,000 years? Okay, fair enough, Shock 21. You're not wrong, because none of it's fucking real. Almost all of it involves coming up with Element X to make it possible. And then there's Mass Effect, where you get fired out of a big space gun. I like that one. I like that one arguably the most. That is a lovely Red Gear Falcon, and I'm really liking the look of that Tech Marine. I'd love to see more photos of it with a little bit more light from the front. A lot of the axes in heavy shadow, and I'd love to see the detailing you did on this guy. And yeah, we'll have to hit you with some ideas to get some, or hit you with a... There's some very, very simple websites that can let you do collages kind of automatically. It does have great lore, though it also quite literally involves the discovery of an Element X to make everything possible suicide printing. After 10,000 years, I'm free. It's time to conquer Earth. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah on Raptor. We need teenagers with attitude. And then, yeah, if we're talking about faster than light travel in the Power Rangers sense, then a big floating head who is an interdimensional being trapped in a time warp, which is literally the only explanation that we ever get for what Zordon is, even though that is completely meaningless, turns you into a beam of energy that corresponds with the color of clothing you prefer to wear more often than others, and shoots you through space. Or something. It's not clear. It's not clear. Let's take a look at what we have here from Square. Say that like it's silly or something. Thanks to Kursala and Data Nerd, I got a pair of Sierras and a spade for Revelation Skirmish. Oh, hell yeah. I still haven't done a spade. I have a number of these little Sierras, which, I love this design. The whole look of the Core Republic War Max is so excellent. I'm liking the look of these bases, too. You got them a little cocked off to the side there. But, where'd those bases come from, Squared? Those look excellent. Love the posing we have on this big guy with his big old chunka cannon. These are such nice models. They're elegant is what they are, and they take dry brushing remarkably well. That's how I've done all of my Sierras. I need to print out a spade, the big boy here. I still haven't added that to my Core Republic force. Yeah, no, that's directly out of the manufacturer's manual, Sumatha. Absolutely. I think it's supposed to be for the front arc. White Wolf. Aren't they? How are they on mine? What did I do? No, you're right, they are for the rear arc. Yeah. That is absolutely true. I got one of my own right here. It's such a neat little model. I think I printed these solid. I really hope I did. Otherwise, one day they're going to split open and I'm going to feel really stupid. I mean, I'll feel dumb about something else that day too, but I'll feel extra stupid if that happens. FDM printed the base from the... Oh, I didn't realize they included base files in the Kickstarter files. Oh my god, that's a really fucking good idea. Wonderful. Because I did some of my own when I did these ones, and I hadn't realized that Rick had produced some that he included with the Kickstarter. That's fantastic. Revelations it's a great game, you guys, and if you have a 3D printer, if you're interested at all, in a game where you can literally buy all of the STLs and print your own force, go check out Revelation Skirmish from White Light Media. It has a great balance between the three primary unit types, which are Warmechs, Infantry, and Tanks. I love the way they do it. Warmechs are relatively fast, very flexible with a good variety of weapons, and fairly tough. They can't secure objectives as easily. Infantry can secure objectives, and they can swarm over Warmechs very well. They can like climb all over them and disable them, and then tanks are not as flexible movement-wise, but they are much, much heavier, and they can fire larger weapons more often and more accurately. It is a great balance to encourage combined arms warfare in a mech-centric game. And like I said, you can 3D print all your own figures. Wonderfully done, Squared. I cannot wait to see some paint going down on those. Here we have from Amateur Paint Hour, Silly Combine. Melee is for Lyrans. Oh, I like these little printed hexes. That's lovely. It's a really good job you did there. Yeah, everything is getting a little hairy up in here, though. Looks like we got a bushwhacker getting up. We have a Thunderbolt in a really disadvantageous position to what appears to be a Jenner. That might not be great, taking quite that many medium lasers directly to the back at point-blank range. But thankfully there's a Banshee over here in some cover who looks like... What do we got here? What is this guy? That's not a thug. What is that? I can't quite tell what this guy is. Somebody help me out. A crab? That's not a crab. This might be a crab. I don't think this is a crab, is it? No, it's not a Mad Cat, Sumatha. It doesn't have the big shoulder boxes on it. Dragon. Yeah, no, that is a dragon, Vergatarung. You're right. I can tell by the big old pot belly and the kind of goofy chongo arm over here. Yeah, it's definitely a dragon. I like the basing on these Lyrans. It actually works really well for being cold, kind of all the way to the ground. The fact that I can tell as much detail on this bushwhacker as I can is actually, from this distance, pretty impressive. Good looking board all together. Camo's so well done, I couldn't even see him. There you go, Riot Sister, doing its job. Doing its job. A lovely picture, Amateur Paint Hour, and thank you for sharing your game with us. Good looking game, a Hex-based classic Battletech. Here we have from Nanotanks for Setup Sunday, my new toy. Looks like we got a, Voxelab. How's that working out for you? Looks like we got some of that Elegoo water washable. This is my favorite resin. I really like, it's not necessarily the best resin for every application, but it's like, I think that water washable gets worse the larger your print is, because it doesn't handle large hollowed prints very well. But almost everything I print is below a certain size level, and I print it solid, and for that, water washable is fantastic. It's a little bit more expensive than the regular, but you don't have to buy or handle or store the extra, quite flammable, quite caustic chemicals you otherwise need to clean it up. So it ultimately kind of equals out and reduces labor overall. Looks like you've got yourself a bin set up for doing your rinse and wash. You got your gloves. You are pretty well good to go, Nanotanks. Just getting test prints to get it working and dialed in. What you printing, what you printing, what you printing. Is it tiny little fantasy mans? Not fantasy. If it's Nanotanks, it would probably be tiny little historical mans. That'd be my guess. Possibly tanks. Possibly small tanks. I'm gonna guess something in the 10 to 15 millimeter scale. Ah, fuck, I was completely wrong. I was completely wrong on both fronts. It's 28 millimeter down to 6. My guesses are bullshit. Nanotanks, that's a nice looking machine. I am looking forward to seeing some test prints out of there. Shock 21. I was gonna guess half-naked busts. Oh, White Wolf. Oh my god. Experimenting with woodland camo. Dry brush base coat was as easy as it looks. Open to suggestions for improvement of where to go next. More stripes, bigger stripes, brown wash. Shock 21. Working on the... And, you know... I talked about this with Shock 21. We named this guy the Onager after a vote. And then another name was presented that is just so perfect for this mech. I'm making the final modifications to it now for it to be ready to actually distribute. It involves changing up one or two of the joints and switching the LRM from the back over to just, or from the left arm just onto the left side of the torso. It's just the easiest way to mount it. It's still close enough. But how do you feel about the name Trenchfoot? Because I fucking like that name. I had not thought of it before, and it's just so perfect. It is both, it is indicative both of its Battletech and its Dugram origins. Yeah, Trenchfoot's really good. Like, Trenchfoot works on, like, 3 levels, I think, which is way more than Onager does. So, I'm thinking the final version of this guy is going to be named the Trenchfoot. Love the use of the middle finger hand. The rude hand. When I did this one, I was careful to turn the wrist in a little bit so that you could actually have him kind of flipping off without having to angle his arm funny, too. So, yeah, getting some paint down on that Trenchfoot. Shock 21, thank you so much for putting this together, for testing it, and for giving me your feedback. Pretty much everyone after you is going to get a modified version of it, so enjoy your prototype, my friend. That's looking pretty good. We need, I agree though, as far as assessing this goes, more contrast. We definitely need more contrast. I would go with a lighter green overall, and I would save this dark green for your deep shadows. Like, I would bring most of the green up to the level of this green here. Because you really want this dark green to be saved for, like, down here to separate the different parts of the body. Because at this point, that green is so dark that even going down to black is not going to be that much contrast. So I would brighten up pretty much the whole thing. And if you're doing dry brushing, you could definitely afford to go a little bit heavier on it, I think. But all in all, a nice smooth coat at the very least, and I look forward to seeing where it goes from here. Yeah, Trenchfoot's really good, isn't it? Like, I really like that. Here we have from Rockin' Robin Workshop. Here you go, as promised. Finished Batman and Robin, Adam West and Burt Ward, and the Black Rider Witch King. All I have left for my challenge is Sanguinius for $365. We're gonna have the Battle of the Sanguinius. Sanguiniuses. Sanguini. You know what I mean? You know, I don't have to say it. You know what I mean? We're gonna have both of the Sanguiniuses, and we're gonna put them next to each other, and we're gonna have people vote on which one's best. And the winner gets to stream. The loser leaves Twitch forever. No, this is a shitty idea. Oh, no, I didn't commit to that. No, I was joking. That's not a thing that I actually said. It was entirely... everything in this stream should be regarded as for entertainment purposes only. That is my disclaimer. Shut up, Robin. Anyway. We'll do that with another mini later. How about that? I love the basing on the Adam West. Got the little like punch bubble going on. Really good job on nailing the gray and the blue in particular. And you even got like that kind of doe-eyed dumbass look that Adam West always had on his face. I kind of want him to be uppercutting the Witch King over here. And maybe calling him Old Chum. Really nice work on this. Simple, clean, very effective highlighting, good contrast. Love that blue. Really like the work we have over here on the Witch King. Oh, I almost wish you had taken the opportunity on the base to do something a little more, like, rotted or fetid, you know, or rotting. Something, you know, I always think of, no, WJ, don't even say those fucking words. You have any idea how easily that gets stuck in my head? I always think of when the Black Riders are coming up on the hobbits, you know, and they're like sniffing the air for the ring, and he puts his hand over the roots, and like all the bugs start climbing out, like not even the insects want to be close to him. Just something to indicate their foul presence. I really, really like the kind of corpse light that you've done down here on the edge of the robe. Really adds a lot of interest to the model overall. Same for the choice to go with a gold color on the hilt. It's not like accurate, but this little splash of color is just so necessary for a miniature. I think it's a fantastic choice. Really, really great choice. Dancing the Batusi. Oh, God, the old Batman jokes. Thought about it, but it fits with the rest of the army. See? That's good thinking, Robin. That's the kind of logic I approve of. This is often how I make my decisions. I would have done it, but I already did something else with the rest of the army, and it's really more important that they look right together. I agree. So what you have to do is rebase your entire army. No, I'm kidding. Don't do that. Don't do that. Lovely work on all three of these models. I continue to love the basing work that you do on your Gotham figures, man. And thank you so much for sharing. Rockin' Robin Workshop, by the way, has his own art channel on the Thunderhead Studio Discord. Go see his art there before his Discord gets bigger than mine, and make sure you give him a follow, because he's going to be starting streaming sometime in the next month or so, and you're going to want to get that notification when he goes live, so you can make his first stream just loaded with pressure, just incredibly uncomfortable. Just like, oh my god, if you don't get it right the first time, you might as well not do it, right? None of this is true. Don't do that. Do show up, but don't do that. Here we have from Kursala. Finished up my own modified Revelations War Mech yesterday, and I'm pretty happy with it overall. It's not the style I was going for, but I'd say it looks great anyway. The plan was to do as much of it with our Arid Legion set as I could, and I wanted a blended splatter camo, but instead I got a sat out in the rain too long camo. For those interested, I'll list the paints and techniques in the thread. I like the flames, the flame effect. I could deliver critique on the painting techniques on the flame effect, but I like the inclusion of the flame effect. I will say that it took me painting quite a lot of flames before I finally did one that I actually liked. Painting fire is tricky and counterintuitive. If you'd like any critique on that, though, I would be happy to deliver it as always, Kursala. I actually really quite like the coloring on the bodywork. It looks like you based it, like the base color is this sort of warm, dark brown, and then built up on top of that is this cool, drab... I can't tell if it's more green or more blue from this picture, but I love this. I love the warm shadows and the warm panel lining with the cool colors on top of it. This is incredibly visually effective. I think that if you pushed this more, like, it could look even better, but as far as being a simple technique, it works remarkably well. Yeah, so painting flames is counterintuitive because I can see what you did here. You went from dark red out to yellow. This is the right instinct. First of all, you want to go much, much higher on the yellow. I'm talking almost all the way to white, like getting out to canary yellow and then with touches of white. And the counterintuitive part is that the brightest part of the flame, I mean, it's, you know, when you think about it, it makes sense. The brightest part of the flame is at the origin. Rockin' Robin, thank you so much for being here, man. Thank you for your contribution to the Storm Report. It's always a pleasure to see you, and I'm sure we'll talk again here pretty soon, man. You have a great night. Tell Vanessa hi for me. The brightest point is going to be the origin. So your yellow is going to be here, and then you're going to transition out to orange, and then you're going to transition out to red, and at the tip you want to go almost black, like soot. You basically just want to reverse this and go higher. Make every color here brighter and start your yellow down here. And then if you're feeling really experimental, come in here and grab some of these edges around the flame and hit this with orange yellow as well to get that kind of OSL from the flames lighting up everything around it. Give that a shot and see if you don't like the results more. Take a look at my MODOK that I did, which I'm looking around like it's supposed to be here, and I don't fucking own MODOK. I did that for my friend Jack, but I have pictures of the MODOK that I painted. Take a look at him and the way his flames are done. Also, Vergatarung has done some really good jump jet flames coming out of his Ost Scout. Yes, the fart chair. That is... Yes, Kursala, take a look at the fart chair. That's precisely what I mean. Thank you. Yeah. Vergatarung, send him a picture of your awesome Ost Scout, please. Really, really nice work, though. I love the base colors on this. This looks fucking great. Nicely done. Here we have from Roland working on those ELH. It looks like getting the kind of green, and then that's... This is almost like a khaki yellow or like a Japanese army yellow, isn't it? I like it. I like the little panels of silver to kind of break things up. Good choice at the knees and the elbows in particular. The front and back of the cannon, kind of a dark khaki. It reminds me of like a Japanese uniform, Japanese World War II uniform, not modern uniform. Yeah, see, that's a little bit different, Kursala, because like those are gases expanding outwards from a singular explosion, and what you're looking to replicate is a constant explosion shooting fire as opposed to a projectile moving along an explosive trajectory. But it's understandable how you could arrive at that, though. I like this color scheme, Roland. I'd love to see a little bit more of the cockpit. We have kind of a side-on view here, but I'm picking up a little bit of the blue gradient. I think the blue is a great choice against the green and the yellow. And you got to get in there with a... Here's the thought, Roland. You want to try something? With your dry brushing, take a real soft dry brush. If you haven't got a makeup brush by now, pick one up. Get yourself like an ELF contouring makeup brush. Load it up with this color of khaki, this exact same paint. Brush off most of it. I mean, to the point where when you drag it across your hand, you just want it to pick up the texture of your skin. And dry brush that green with that khaki. Give that a try. Tell me if you don't like it. I think you will. I think you will. Yeah, Kursala, it's the double-edged sword of getting critique. Here we have from Zombie Brush Studios some of that Creedence Clearwater intensifies. Ooh, these are looking nice. Are these some of those basing bits from... I don't know if Zombie Brush is still around. There's somebody who has been advertising a lot of basing bits recently. I know Arclight Minis has been using some of their like crystalline bits on his bases, but these came out wonderfully. Oh yeah, Zombie's a fantastic painter. I'm really excited he's painting some of Mimax right now too. He's doing Mimax and a lot of DRD stuff, which I don't want to tell anybody anything. I don't want to spoil anything, but just saying, I've had some conversations with DRD lately more and more often. And it's very, very likely that you're going to see something of a joint venture in the near future. I don't really want to go into it more than that. It's an exciting project, though. I love those guys at Death Ray Designs. They're a fantastic bunch of dudes. Great imagination, very, very talented. These little VTOLs are a fantastic example of the kind of work they do. Really like the basing on these guys, particularly with the clear acrylic rod that you got in here, Zombie Brush. Yeah, Arclight is a fantastic painter. He really, really is. I think he would do some of your designs incredibly well, Ion Raptor. He's also currently testing my magnetic paint handle for me, which I thoroughly appreciate. I realized as I got up and looked at my printer that I replaced the nozzle the other day, and I didn't re-level the bed, and I'm going to have to redo that whole print. I was just thinking about that. I was looking at it, it's peeling up bad, because it's a little too far from the plate. Not so far that it won't print, but far enough that it doesn't adhere really, really well, which is... I wish I'd known that. I should have thought of that. I should have known better. We'll fix it later. We'll fix it later. Zombie Brush, fantastic work. I cannot wait to see some paint going down on those bad buys, on the as well as some of my own mechs that I designed. Can't wait to see what he does with those. I know, for God wrong, it's a damn tragedy. Here we have from Project Dark Fox, just getting some commissions done, don't mind me. Corvid's Rat King from Brigador, painted in Loyalist colors. Some of the mechs in Brigador are really extreme. I like how tall a lot of them are. This one in particular is a lot of fun. Some of them are so small, it's actually, and the paint schemes are so similar to the backgrounds, it could be hard to tell the details on them. I like this guy. With the big shields over all the delicate internal workings and the big bulbous head. Very, very nice word, Project Dark Fox. I still need to get through more of Brigador. I played it for a while and then I kind of petered out on it. But it's a great game, really easy to pick up and just kind of jump into. Oh, Project Dark Fox. I really like your style when it comes to hard surface. And I really like the way that you've done the glare on the big bulbous cockpit on this guy, too. Nice work. And thank you for sharing, PDF. Damn. Lovely. Yeah, like, it really... The glare... And this is what I mean when I'm talking about non-metallic metal and volumetric lighting. So much of volumetric lighting involves describing the shape that you want to suggest. And the basic shapes that you generally need to learn are cylinders, rectangles, and what's the third one? Spheres? I feel like it was something else. I'm having a brain fart right now, but either way, you can see how that works. The shape of the glare on the cockpit glass is sort of describing the peaked shape of the bulbous cockpit. This could otherwise come across as a little flat if it weren't for the curvature here and the curvature in the glare. It's subtle, and it works incredibly well. Spheres, prisms, cylinders. Thank you. Rectangles fall under prisms. Nicely done, Project Dark Fox. Uh-oh. Hang on. Is my audio set up for this? I'm going to push play on this, and we're going to see if it plays or not. It might not. No, it's not. Hang on, let me fix it. What Ryan's sister? Bulbous. Bulbous. God, that's an uncomfortable word. Bulb. Bulb. I feel like a frog. Hang on a second. Let me set my audio here. 1 second. Bulbous cockpit. Oh, no, okay, I see the issue now, right, so yeah, no, I got you. What can I say? I have such an innocent mind, it just never even occurred to me. We make everything weird. We make everything weird around here. Alright, let's see if this works.
Attention all logistics gamers. Port Ahego needs your help to supply the Western Front. That's right, you heard me right. Port Ahego. We now have Jade Cove, unnuked and free of Cully filth. That means we now have 5 factories on the west near the front lines that are not being used. Look at this one in Conclave. It's just so sad. That factory could be producing ATRs, shirts, and G-subs so that your precious clan bases aren't decaying or dying to MPT spam. With the proximity of the Fading Lights refinery, we can unleash a scrap bukkake to pump out non-stop B-mats, E-mats, and supply each of these factories to produce thousands of shirts, ATRs, artillery shells, and more. But I can't do it alone. I need the 4 sets of numbers on your credit card, the code on the back, and your Fortnite login. And by that, I mean Port Ahego is open for business today and needs scrappers for both Orebreaker and Stone Cradle. Come drop off your sticky hot loads of scrap in empty containers today and beat off the Colonial Menace. Come on, for Callahan.
Why do we let Chaotic Harmony post audio clips again? Can anyone remind me? For anyone who might not know the references that makes, they are almost all to the game Foxhole, which he has been playing quite a lot of lately. Because they make me giggle. You're unfortunately not wrong. It's really just a series of quite disgusting jokes and references to Foxhole. Surprisingly, he didn't make any sort of disgusting jokes about the phrase Foxhole, which, in the context of the clip, I confess I find surprising. Maybe he just felt like that was far too much of a low-hanging fruit? I don't know. Oh, hey! We're at 1,652 followers, which means that the Twitch ticker will have ticked me up, and now it says I have 1.7k followers. That's kind of cool. It doesn't mean I actually have that many, but, you know. Thanks, Twitch, for making me seem more popular than I really am. Ha ha ha! Alright, for the love of God, let's keep going. Let's see what else we got. Okay. Here we have from Ion Raptor, posting it anyway. Still shit pictures, even with an expensive DSLR camera, so it's 100% loser error. Loser, oh my god. No, Ion Raptor, I'm so sorry. User error! For the love of Christ. Anyway, my first complete lance is done. I feel you on that one, Ion Raptor. Having a nice camera and getting that nice camera to work well are 2 different things. I see you're using a black background. What helps me with the black background, also, fucking phenomenal paint job on each and every one of these. I love the blue and orange combination. Blue and orange is one of those classic combos that works really, really well. It's kind of like green and blue, in that it is really, really tricky to do green and blue, or not green and blue, green and red together without coming across as a Christmas mech. Just like it's kind of hard to do red and yellow together without coming across as a McDonald's mech. It can be difficult to do blue and orange without coming across as a Denver Broncos mech. Using the more baby sky blue, I think, helped a lot here. I also like the warm color that you have for all the metallics on the launchers and the joints, and that lovely, lovely base orange with the blue triangular glare for the cockpit glass. Came out fantastic. You want to drop your ISO setting as low as it can go. ISO is sensitivity. I'm going to drop that down. It'll darken your pictures a whole lot. And if you've got lots of light blasting on your models, you can get that black background to be like black like the fucking void. No, dropping the sensitivity will reduce the grain, but it can also drop those blacks real low, nanotanks. ISO down. Your F value probably doesn't need to be too high because you don't have a lot of depth. I don't think depth of field is going to be an issue for this. And then probably increase your exposure time to make up for the drop in brightness on the figures. And get yourself a tripod if you're not already using one, because one of the side effects of increasing your exposure time is if you then move the camera at all, or if you're holding it with your hands, even with braced elbows, and it moves like even a tiny little bit, your picture's going to blur, because it's going to expose for like 2 to 3 seconds on each photo. So get yourself a tripod, drop the ISO, raise the exposure time, set the F setting You probably don't need it any higher than like f14, honestly. Just get the brightness kind of just where you like it. And then if you need to, take the photos over into like GIMP and increase the brightness and the contrast. Those two settings will help a whole lot in getting these models to stand out against a black background. Really, really great work. Love the gradients in the blue. What is there to say about these? Raptor, what is there to say about these? These models look fucking fantastic. You're ragging on your own paint job, or not your own paint job, but your own photography, but like, if you can take better photos of these, it's just going to blow everyone's mind even more. These are wonderfully clean and effective, striking paint jobs. What? Why did my monitor just turn off? That's interesting. My monitor just disabled itself. I can't see anything. Hang on just a second. Let me go ahead and see if I can't fix that. There's literally no reason it should have done that. I can see what you said over there, but it's across the room from me. Give me a second, Ion Raptor. Oh, God. I'm gonna hit my BRB screen and fix this. Just give me 1 second. Okay, that's better. This is an old monitor. This Asus that I'm using for my streaming monitor is the oldest monitor that I own. And a few times lately, it's just sort of turned itself off, and I have to unplug the HDMI cable to get it to recognize that it's still plugged in. So, sorry about that. It's never happened while I was streaming before. Ion Raptor, these are fucking great, dude. Like, really, really good. We'll get you some photo tips, and in no time you'll be taking photos that blow even your own mind. Here we have from Ren Momo, the first of my nomadic raiders force for the game Star Breach. It'll be a mix of Bloodborne hunters and Titanfall pilots / grunts. My dad's gonna play the Legion of Mankind, and I'm gonna set up gas mask guys for him. It's a work in progress, so no shading or anything yet. So we just got basic colors blocked in, but I like the kind of blue-gray to yellow contrast. Not familiar with this game. Interesting. Yeah, you made your own legs for that, didn't you? Ion Raptor for the Zeus? That came out fantastically. This is some fairly clean work you got going on here, Ren. Brush control is definitely improving. A decent coat on this yellow. I would advise when you're doing yellow, try undercoating it with brown before you put it down, because I can still see a few of the... It looks like you did the whole thing in this kind of blue-gray, which we could maybe use one more coat down here just to smooth it out. It's not too chunky or anything like that. It could just use one more thin coat, I think. And yeah, try undercoating with brown before you do your yellow, and you won't run as much into this issue. If it shows through at all, it'll just show through as good shading. Brown tends to take better than yellow, and yellow takes very, very well over brown. Well, this is a pretty good start, I have to say. I'm digging the blue for the little lenses on his helmet here, too. Well, I can't wait to see some more of this force coming together. 8 more guys. Yeah, I know how it goes, Ren. My tester always takes me the most time, and it usually winds up looking a little funny because I try crazy things on it, but I can't wait to see the rest of the force. Damn. Good work, Ren. And please share more. Here we have also the Earth Rebellion car from Gaslands called Favela, because it was scrapped together from all different models of the same car, and some random scraps of the back window plates. It's a work in progress, so no shading or anything yet. Again, that'll happen. I think I know this car. Yeah. I would swear I've seen this car, like, outside the burrito place I go to sometimes. It even says "die" on the side. It doesn't have the chain gun. Admittedly, it doesn't have that much. My God, what a mishmash of colors! I love the notion that all the body panels are from different cars. Oh, this is a fantastic little bit of imagination, Red. Again, we've seen this same, like, chunky-ass prow. Plow, pling plang, pribbity, scow, ram, grill. Yeah, it's one of those words. I think we've seen this one before on one of the other vehicles, but I continue to love it. For some reason, the red against the green is just, it's particularly gaudy, isn't it? Got a random mini challenge you got, this car, and a barbarian scheme. It definitely has the barbarian scheme going on. Lovely work, Ren. And again, as you get further along, please share some more photos of the same minis. I would love to see it. Here we have from Sphere. Finish this guy up. Been working on it for a little while. Damn. Every time, Sphere, it's like you fucking know when I'm feeling good about my non-metallic metals. And it's like he's in his house and he's like, I hear. Thunderhead thinks he's good at NMM. I am needed. He goes to post a fucking picture in the Storm Report just to make sure that I know my place. Really, really nice. Clean, subtle, effective. I love how your highlights are just, they're consistent. They're consistent across everything, which really helps to suggest that light source across the whole miniature. This, by the way, is one of the Dweghom Commander models, right? From Conquest, The Last Argument of Kings. Really great work, particularly on the leather and that nasty, like, ruddy skin tone for the dwarf. I love the coloration on his axe here, the use of the warm internal color against the cool NMM metallic edge. That is a goofy axe that he's got there. He's a regiment upgrade. Okay, I gotcha. This is the exemplar. All right, I'm not ashamed to admit that I have not looked that closely at the specific models from the Dweghom range. It's possibly the only... No, that's not true. It's not the only. The Dweghom and the Nords are just like, I look at them and I go, I'm not really super tempted to build those armies. I'm more of a 100 Kingdoms and Spire Elf guy. Though, even between them, I'm more of a 100 Kingdoms guy. I guess I'm just boring. I don't know. Sphere. I want to play a game of Conquest with you. In the next year. That's a good broad time frame that we could probably pull off, right? Probably? I'd love to get a game of Conquest in with you at some point in the next year. There are a number of streamers who've been building Conquest that I'd love to play with. Absolutely one of them, man. We gotta bash our non-metallic metals together. You'll be at Adepticon? Interesting. Very, very interesting. We'll have to see what we can do, Sphere. Lovely work on that exemplar. Ooh, actually, hold on. I wanted to comment real quickly on the use of the gold non-metallic metal. I will say that this maybe is the one highlight that's not as effective as the others. And I'm only picking it out because I love everything on the model so much that I feel the need to say something negative or I'm gonna lose my damn mind. This is the one highlight that doesn't quite work for me, and I only noticed it because these highlights on the back do work. This kind of brassy gold highlight. So take that, Sphere! Oh, God. Oh, no. Lovely work. And here we have from Justicaro06 a first try at the color pattern for the Red Arm Vulture circa my personal Battletech unit, the Blackwood Templars. Took these on a new camera phone, and man, was this bright. Still have to go over it with a shade coat. You probably didn't recognize me because of the red arm. See what I did there? I made a... That was a reference to Star Wars. Most of you probably didn't get it. It's a pretty obscure series. I wouldn't be surprised if you didn't. Very, very clean lines indeed. I love the little yellow panels mixed in amongst the blue. Blue and yellow do very well against each other. God damn, that green on the cockpit is like kapow, jumping right out at me. That could definitely use a little bit of... I love the base tone. But like even that base tone is going to pop even better if you can get a little bit of green shading in around it. The red on the arm is lovely. It's like a scarlet. And you have a really kind of a deep dark red for the panel lines. That's very, very effective work. Yeah, no, this is sharp as hell. if we're going to get more in this scheme, I like the asymmetric, the red arm. That's a nice touch. And the fact that the yellow works well both for the red and for the blue. And this is a good example where if you did the entire mech in these two colors, the red and the yellow, it would wind up looking like a fucking McDonald's mech. But because it's contained to just the one arm, it's actually just more visually interesting. That's what I'm saying, though. This is a tricky color combination, because if you did this over the whole thing, I would look at this and I'd go, led by Star Colonel Ronald McDonald. But in limited quantities, it works remarkably well. Grey Knight Steel for the base coat. Justicar came out lovely. If I've said it once, I've said it 1,000 times, taking photos of minis is as hard or harder than painting them in the first place, Justicar. If you'd like, I'm sure we could get you some tips so that you could help translate what you have done to photographs to share with people a little bit more accurately. And that's really the trick, is getting it accurate. But thank you for sharing. Here we have from Mech Priest, local Games Workshop competition piece I finished for this weekend's comp. Just lost out of the first place, but I'm proud of the model and was a good showing. Well, Mech Priest. It seems we have a painter. This is quite nice. This is really quite lovely. Now, I could pick out one or two things here. Like, the initial impression of this mini is fantastic, particularly with the plinth, the excellent basing, the fantastic, like, red sky background. That's really, really nice. If I were judging a painting competition, and this were put forward, I could see a couple of things that might make me go, this looks amazing, but based on what it's going for, I can see like one or two little things that could be pushed a little further to just take it that extra mile. From that perspective, I could see that. But this is a lovely mini. I think the strongest point here is I like the subdued deep reds. Those are actually really, really effective. They're almost begging for the black to be brought up just a little bit more into these cool tones that you're highlighting with. Just so, because like, one or the other almost needs to contrast a little bit more. And I'm sorry, if you don't want CNC, that's fine. I'm looking at it and I'm like, anytime I see a model that looks this good, my brain goes, what is like the one little thing that could just push it over the edge into being truly magnificent? Because it's like it's so close and there's so many good decisions being made here. I love the basing. Like, this is so slick. The background is such a cool idea. I think if you push the black, and I feel like maybe you don't want to fall too much into the heavy metal edge highlighting, like the super bright, like, because they would go almost white. You don't have to go that high with these edge highlights, but given that you have the more subdued dark red, which I would probably leave just like it is, just a little bit more on the black highlight, just on a few strategic spots, would just visually help you kind of see it a little bit more. I love the gold on the Crozius here. The skull for the chaplain is particularly fantastic. You really sell the shape of it. The shading above the eyebrow bones is great. In here, the temples down below the cheekbones, very, very effective. All in all, yeah, this is a fantastic miniature. Absolutely wonderfully done. And like I said, very, very slick. This you know, there are good paint jobs out there that don't necessarily come across as professional. And then, like, this comes across as professional. While there are improvements that could be made, the presentation, yeah, exactly, Bitterbrush. It's so clean and it's so slick. And I love the inclusion of the, because it's Flesh Terrors, right? The chapter icon. I actually kind of like that the chapter icon is a little bit more subdued and not like bright white. It feels more realistic to me than if this were bright white, which that's almost why I feel like maybe the black needs to pop just a tiny bit more. And I'm talking like a few spots. I'm talking like the tip of the wing, maybe right here, maybe the top of the shoulder, maybe the top edge of the bottom of the shoulder. Not even necessarily all the way down the legs, maybe the tip of the toe, a little bit around this gorget, but I mean, like, that would just push it over the edge. But that is like so nitpicky because the overall composition is fantastic, the colors are wonderful, the presentation is slick and professional. This is a wonderful mini. You should be proud of this. You should be really fucking proud of this, and proud of your second place win. It must have been, if this took second place, let me tell you, it must have been a hell of a fucking competition, man. Really nicely done, Mech Priest, and thank you so much for sharing this work with us today. That is impressive. That is damned impressive. Let's take a look at what Bitterbrush is sharing with us. A proof of concept gut ripper. Still due for some varnish and grass tufts. But he is done. You know, Bitterbrush, I don't trust judges most of the time. I was talking with Punexpected about an idea for not a competition, but a new sort of... I don't know, I don't do a lot of contests. I've judged a number of contests. I don't compete in a lot of them. When I've judged them, I always give fairly extensive feedback on why I made the decisions that I made. And I've found in a number of cases, even when I'm not asked to do it, like I submit it and the other judges will look at me like, what the fuck are you doing? Just pick the one you like. I'm like, I really, like, people need feedback. I want them to know why I put them in second or third place behind someone else. What it was that jumped out at me, what they need to be focusing on, what maybe they put a lot of work into something, but it wasn't necessarily that effective. Like, I want them to know that happened. Because that's how we improve. And we came up with an idea. Let me pull this up so we can take a look at this Bitterbrush. Oh, I'm loving this shield, by the way. Really, really stark contrast across it, and it actually helps the details come across wonderfully. The yellow eyes are fucking, ooh, they burn out at you, don't they? We were thinking it could be cool at a con to have a sort of a display, not necessarily contest, but basically a bunch of people who aren't necessarily top tier painters, just people who want to participate, and you paint a model and you submit it, and all the models are placed out in a big viewing area where people can walk through. And then each model has something like a QR code associated with it, and none of them are attributed to anybody. They're just models on display. And then what people could do is look at the model, scan the QR code, and type in comments. Like anything. Even something as simple as, I like this model, I don't like this model. Write anything you want as long as it's not abusive, you know? This thing you did I think is really cool. This one little detail came out really nice. I think you could improve at this. Totally anonymously. Just everyone submit comments. And then give those to the people who submitted at the end of the day. I think it's an interesting idea that could use development, but it kind of removes a lot of the questionable nature of miniature painting judges. It's different than a contest. You're not looking for judgment in this. You're looking for feedback, which is the thing you often don't get. So it's purely feedback, and purely, not purely from laymen, but just from everyone, because you want the opinions of people who don't necessarily look at models that much as you want the opinions of experts. Comment drop boxes is probably the easiest way to go to start with, Riot Sister, but it's an idea that's in development. I think Punexpected wants to pitch it at some people, but I like the idea. I think that there's a lot of potential in it. Specifically the anonymous nature of it, so that nobody feels self-conscious. So nobody's like, everyone's gonna see my model and not like me. Just put it out there and see what people say. Maybe they'll surprise you. I don't know. Like I said, I feel like it needs development, but it could be really fun. I just noticed the cattails down here. That's a nice little bit of detail there. Is that? These don't come with the model. You added this, didn't you, Bitterbrush? I can't rightly say that I know. I'm not super familiar with the new figures. That does come with them. Oh well, fuck me then. Okay, nicely done, G-Dubs. I like the kind of dirty, kind of hammered effect you got on the armor. I really love the choice to use this kind of lavender for the lower lip of the orc, by the way. It really helps it stand out and gives it that kind of inner lip lividity, you know? Like, eh. Really sells the effect well. This shield looks so good, and the eyes look fucking fantastic. Bitterbrush, fucking great work. Great work. Looking to do a simple and practical look. I would say as far as being a simple paint job, this is an incredibly effective one. All the pieces that need to pop out for simple pattern recognition do. I would wager that this is one of those models that looks truly amazing at average viewing distance, which is kind of what we should all be painting too. Anyway, I really like the tusks. The highlighting on this just jumped out at me. Really nice. Want to get this army done. God, I know the feeling, Bitterbrush. I know the feeling, you and me both. Don't tell Rio. But now I have a travel set to work with for sketching. Gotta burn those mandatory breaks at work somehow, right? Also, why 2 lead holders? Couldn't find my 1.3mm one, so naturally said screw it, bought a 2mm lead holder. Only to find the 1.3mm a few hours later. That's always how it goes, White Wolf. Oh well, gives me options. Not in picture is the 2 sharpeners, one for the 2mm, one for the colored pencils. Aw, this is lovely. A nice little well-organized, well-thought-out set. A mobile bit of creativity so that you can get your thoughts and just the madness that swirls inside our minds out. Because isn't that the trick? Isn't that the trick when you want to be an artist? Is taking this bullshit up here and just translating it through our stupid fucking hands and fingers somehow into physical reality? Why is it so hard? But the trick is practice. The trick is always practice. And it looks like you're going to be getting plenty of it, White Wolf. Very nice. Very nice indeed. Stupid hand tentacles, do the thing! God, oh, that speaks to me on so many levels. Here we have from Rio, I Mustn't Run Away, Week of Chaotic, Day 7. Hold up, I've got to pull up a bigger version of this. There's a lot going on here. Oh, come on. Come now, Rio. You have 1 day left to finish off the week. I don't wanna. There are plenty of things for me to draw. So tell me, Data Nerd. Oh, this is top left. This is our Data Nerd analog now. We're all gonna have little Rio chibis by the end of this. How the hell did Blunderthud get this big? Oh my god, I'm an Ava. Somehow I reached Ava size. I definitely don't have the patience to go that far for a meme. Oh, I don't know, we certainly didn't rip off a scene in a certain mech anime, that I assure you. Yeah, of course not. That's gonna take some big damn tacos to satisfy a Blunderthud of that size, I have to say. Rio, the week of Chaotic has not concluded. You submitted only 6. Oh, come on, he said. Oh, that's... Wait, hold on. Is Chaotic up in the control room there? Is he... Why can't I remember his name? Gendo Ikari? Oh, he is. Oh my god, no. Now we need the Chaotic with the steepled fingers and the glare in the glasses now. You seem to have an impression that you have a choice, which you do not. If you refuse, we'll make Project Dark Fox do it. Blunderhead thinks you two are the same person anyway. Oh, that hurts. That stings more than I thought it would. Even if we keep Pity drugged up and compliant, there are 2 others that insist you finish. Oh, yes, and then we have Data Nerd and Cat, and Cat seems to have found herself a nice baseball bat, wrapped in a piece of barbed wire. Oh my god. And there's a shocked Rio, and then, yeah, there's Project Dark Fox. Drugged up and compliant. This is, This is a lot. This is really something. And all on Post-its. This is kind of amazing. I hope that Rio, I hope that this is in your art channel, because I encourage everyone who is not actually in the Storm Report channel right now looking at this up close, go to Rio's channel and look at this up close, because it is absolute fucking nonsense goofery, and the art is phenomenal, and there's a lot of detail you're only going to get by looking at a blown up version of it. Wonderful. I like the final panel of Rio himself. That's a delight. I do now, of course, want the proper, like, Gendo Ikari chaotic harmony. I want that. I need that to be a thing. I have no words. I have no words, Rio. Only appreciation. Speaking of getting the art in our brains out through our goddamn fingers, I invite all these artists around to inspire me, and then they just go and do all the arting. It is... I feel like Rio's masterpiece is still ahead of him, but this is certainly the closest. The closest so far. Here we have from Gear Falcon. Here is my ultramarine work in progress. Ooh, I'm loving that edge highlighting. Gear Falcon, we've got to get you taking pictures up closer, man. It's so small. Oh, if I blow it up in my browser, I get a good view of it. We got to get the pictures up close. Really, like, really broad areas of highlighting. Now, this is a great example of doing all the right things in broad strokes. Your instincts on where to highlight are really, really solid. And I love the high contrast. The only thing I would work on this, Gear Falcon, if you want advice, is just blending. Because where the color blocks are oriented and placed is magnificent. And this is a good example of a mini that's going to look really, really good at average viewing distance, so maybe take my advice and just fucking throw it out. But if you want to work on anything, if there's any weakness in this paint job, it is really just technical stuff. It's just blending and brush control, and that's it. Because, in my opinion, the hard part, the composition and the highlighting, like, that you've nailed. That you've nailed wonderfully. I particularly like the dark outline around the Ultramarines chapter logo. That's very effective. Helps it pop out wonderfully. Nice. Very, very nice, Gear Falcon. No, it's not a big deal, Gear Falcon. Like, here's the better answer. This picture, because it's a large picture, Gear Falcon, just crop it. Just crop it. Just crop the photo to the mini itself. And that way it will appear larger here in the box. As it is, I can get a good look at it. I just have to open it in another app. That's all. So just when you take a photo like this, just crop it next time. That's all you got to do. All in all, lovely work, showing a whole lot of promise, Gear Falcon. Here we have from Pun Expected. Not sure if I shared this yet, but just got her varnished. Happy Halloween. The Kingdom Death Halloween Vixen in oils. Ooh. My. The purples and oranges are wonderful. I love the sort of orange gradient here across the bat. So fleshy. Oh god, Kingdom Death pinup models are... they're really something. What plump pumpkins she has. The purple and orange are a fucking great contrast. They're two colors that go together really, really well. As far as composition goes here, I'd like to note on this the kind of greenish black that was chosen for the leathers we have down here on the boots. We have it repeated here on the cuffs, and then we have it on basically all the other middle pieces of clothing that she's wearing. This is a great example of good composition. 1, 2, 3, 4. Boom, 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 boom. That works really, really nicely. I love the skin tone. I'm bad at non-Caucasian skin tones. It's probably something that I need to work on. Maybe we'll do that next year. Yeah, well, you know, this is belly. I guess like right here, it looks like there's a strap, like an underboob strap going on. I like the little lantern hanging off the side. That's a nice touch too. Oh, Kingdom Death. And if you'd like to know more about these voluptuous figures, look at the rest of the Kingdom Death line. Don't hold back. Even look at the truly upsetting figures, like the weird fleshy mouth monster with like what appears to be a giant dong hanging down out of his crotch, which is also a mouth that he has slung over one arm, and it appears to have eyes and mouths on it, because the people who make Kingdom Death minis are out of their fucking minds. Don't listen to Vergata Run. Go look at the Kingdom Death minis. You don't need to sleep tonight, right? It's like this incredible extreme. They have the pinup models, which are like, ooh, and then they have the monster models, which are... Well, don't look at them while you're eating. That would be my advice. Or while you're trying to sleep. They're very unique designs, though. The OSL against the thigh here. This just jumped out at me, and this is... Look, it's so subtle. It's so subtle from this angle, and yet it's so effective, isn't it? We even have some of it against the buckles here, but look at the orange OSL against the side of the thigh. That's wonderful. That is wonderful, unexpected. Good job on the hair, too. It's lovely to have some other streamers who are also painting in oils to kind of commiserate with and trade tips with. Lovely. Lovely work, Unexpected. Here we have from NB Toby did another thing, not just design, actually printing something. Well, I could buy the Borealis, and I still probably will. I first wanted to challenge myself in printing and assembling this modified Aurora. Still need to print the weapons and design and print the mech bays. The original ones are lacking. Certainly not as optimized for printing as the Borealis, so it's a little rough. I think it's been like 40 plus hours printing so far at 0.2. I think I recognize this one. I don't think I remember somebody working on this one before. Or was this... Wait, is this entirely you, NB Toby? Maybe I'm thinking of someone else who was working on a similar Aurora. Either way, it's coming out pretty nice, I think. And this is a good example of, like, some of the things that I did to mine to optimize a little bit more. Soft curves like this, vertically, like, they look nice in design, but when you tell an FDM printer to do this, you wind up with this ziggurat stair-stepping right here. All in all, though, I'm liking it. Found a rough model, split it into parts, and started printing it, huh? It's you know what? It's a damn classic design. I look forward to seeing what you come up with for the mech bays. This is the thing. I love the Aurora. It's always been like my favorite dropship, which might explain why Project Dark Fox and I launched into making our own version of it. So seeing more versions of it out there is only exciting. It's a damn good size, too. Look at it next to that awesome. I appreciate that because it really does help to scale it. Good looking prints, NB Toby. Please keep us posted on. You know what? Yours has landing gears too. Mine doesn't have that. Please keep us posted on this build. I look forward to seeing what the mech bays wind up looking like. I'll be very curious for that. Yeah. If you'd like any tips, NB Toby, this is your project. This is what you're working on. If you would like any tips, because I have built something similar, please don't hesitate to ask. I'll be more than happy to help you in any way that I can. Lovely. Lovely. It does in the art, yeah. I just didn't put one on it. Here we have from SP Firestarter. Oh, what are the odds? The start of my Aurora Borealis class dropship named The Touchback. Wow, we don't get this many dropships posted, usually. Generally. Oh, the black and orange is just such a classic color combo, isn't it? It is October, after all. I guess it's appropriate. I always love seeing a Borealis get some paint thrown down on it. This is gonna look pretty cool when it's done. I'm glad people are actually using that little space that I left on the doors to put numbers. That was my intent. Really like the use of the panel lines with the orange. It's not something that I would think to do necessarily, but I think it works well. Gives it this almost weird internal glow, doesn't it? Nicely done. Very, very nicely done, SP Firestarter. Decal room is always appreciated. Yeah. Isn't it just? Well, you don't think panel lines should go literally everywhere? Come on! SP Firestarter, please share more, man. I can't wait to see more of these. For anybody who's wondering, like, I want you guys to know something. Really quick before I go on to our last entry here, I want you guys to know something. I sell stuff. I know, it's shocking. It's astonishing. I make stuff. I sell stuff. I like it when people buy stuff. I do. But I make a conscious effort to not turn this stream into one long Thunderhead sales pitch, because frankly, I think it's fucking gauche. I think it's kind of classless, and it's ultimately not what the stream is for. The stream is not an advertisement. This stream is hobby time for all of us. Now that said, go to Thunderhead Studios section at Steel Warrior Studios right now and buy the Borealis that you see here. No, you don't have to do that, but I'm just saying, you know. This is the dropship that I am most proud of. This was designed in tandem with Project Dark Fox. Sumitha had an incredible piece of art done up for it. And no, NB Toby, no, that's not why I'm saying this. I love your take on the Aurora. Like, genuinely, I don't want you to think that's why I'm saying this. But we did put a lot of work into the Borealis, and I only mention it now because I am incredibly proud of this thing. Mechanically speaking, it is just so fucking cool. There is no feeling quite like the first time you feel the way the doors snap together. It's a mechanism I'm particularly proud of. But I do recommend you go check it out. If you're interested in hex-compatible dropships, I do recommend you go check it out. And you can always get a link by hitting !Steel Warrior in chat to where you can find a bunch of my stuff available for sale. Lovely looking print there, SP Firestarter, and thank you for sharing. Here we have from Vergaderung, this is the done pile. Bad pick and lighting though. I'm quite proud of it, Sumitha. I'll have you know. God damn. Vergaderung, you're a machine. Look at all this Merrick Militia. It's such a gaudy paint job, and I just love it. It's so ugly, and I love it. Particularly that kind of lavender purple that you go with, and little hand-done chicken sigils. Praise the great purple chicken. Even like right here on the top of this is a Valkyrie, right? You did it on top of the Valkyrie's head, you fucking madman. You did one on top of the Jenner? The fact that it's as small as it is, but I can still tell what it is just testament to the quality of the paint job. I like it on the King Crab, too. Right across the top of the head there. And it's great choices on the basing. The combination of that rust ruddy red with the blue flocking. I love your tendency to work on like alien environments for Vergaderung, and I'm hoping to do you proud with your forests, rivers, and crystals. This is a painting project I'll be working on over the next few months. I've done a lot of work on it already, but I need more of it done because I'm going to be taking some board pictures. Alex has just sent me a few new Hextech mats in different styles so I can kind of show off other environments than just big grassy fields, and your stuff is going to play a big role in that. Oh, Riot Sister! And have you clawed your eyes out yet? I certainly hope not. Because we're at the end of the Storm Report, and as you may have guessed, the end of tonight's stream. Way too many Merrick mechs. There's no such thing. There's no such thing as too many Merrick mechs. Folks, let's figure out who we're raiding tonight. Who's doing what? Let's have a look real quick. Can I just say really quick, this has been like one of my favorite fucking streams in the last couple of weeks. I don't know why. We had a really great raid earlier from Captain Madlove, and Captain Madlove, thank you so much for that, by the way. Thank you for bringing your people over. We got a lot of follows, a lot of new folks. I always love new folks in the stream, and I love to know that you guys are having fun and that you want to be here. We stream 3 times a week. We'll go over that here in just a second. Let's see who's doing what. Heresy Killer is actually playing Battletech. He's not painting Battletech, he's playing Battletech. Wow. I don't have any paint streamers going right now. That's surprising. Oh my god, Asri. Bulbous Bouffant? Macadamia. No, we're not doing that. Galoshes. Oh, fuck, no, get out of my head. Ah. Oh god. Fang and Claw Hobbies is playing Grand Theft Auto 4, Heresy Killer is playing Battletech, Lika is playing some Valorant, Alaric Kerensky's playing some Warframe. You guys want to watch some HBS Battletech? Heresy Killer is, normally a painter, but he's playing some Battletech right now. At the very least, HBS Battletech is a great game. I wish Fang and Claw were painting. He is such a great painter, and he's not on anywhere near enough. Like, this dude, some of the work he's done is mind-blowing. Mind-blowing. I really expected more people to be on tonight. I'm kind of surprised. Let's go ahead and get one going on over to Heresy Killer, why don't we? Yeah, he's playing some HBS Battletech. That's kind of close to what we do, right? Wait, hold on. No. Wait. He might be painting Battletech. Wait, hold on. From the preview, it looks like he's painting Battletech, so I think that we're going to get some painting out of him. Let's go ahead and get that raid started. I don't know why he put it up as just Battletech. Maybe he thought that because he's painting Battletech, his stream should say Battletech? Yeah, he's painting mechs. Fucking hell. Threw me for a loop. Alright, let's get that going. Well, we're going to drop you guys into a Battletech painting stream then. That's got to be worth something. Oh my god, you guys. Thank you everybody who came out tonight. You guys are absolutely amazing. Huge thank you to all of our new followers, guys. I'm glad that you had fun enough to want to come back. And as far as coming back goes, we will be back Tuesday the 12th. We'll be painting some Conquest, the Last Argument of Kings. Possibly doing a little bit of basing. Thursday, I'm planning on doing some Warcaster figures in acrylic. That might get bumped for more Conquest, depending on how Tuesday goes. But next Sunday, the 17th, we will be back to single figure focus. If Sanguinius is not done by then, we'll be doing him. If he is complete, we'll be moving over to one of our Star Wars Legion Vaders. I have a few of those to paint, and we're really looking to bump up our quality on those, particularly with oil paints. A huge thank you, as always, to my amazing mod team who makes all of this possible. Guys, thank you so much. And thank you to everybody who contributed to the Storm Report. I love seeing your work. We had a few new contributors today that just kind of blew my fucking mind. I'm going to send you guys on over to Heresy Killer, make a little bit of noise, show some appreciation, consider dropping him a follow. I'm going to go get something to eat, so until next time, keep on painting.